I was drifting through another restless night, half awake beneath the city lights, trying to convince myself I'd be alright without your voice calling my name. Then your memory moved like the tide again, pulling me back where the story began. And suddenly every road I've ever known leads me right back to your door. Some hearts run away from love, mine only runs toward you. I would cross every ocean, every skyline, chase your shadow through the dark blue nighttime. If loving you is reckless, I don't mind. You're the rhythm keeping this heart alive. And even if the world keeps changing shape, even if tomorrow fades away, I would still find my way through every storm, just to stand beside you once more. Every photograph still feels brand new, like time stopped moving when I looked at you. There's a million crowded faces passing by, but none of them feel like home. People say that distance changes everything, turns fire into fading memories, but every second only proves to me some feelings never disappear. I would cross every ocean, every skyline, chase your shadow through the dark blue nighttime. If loving you is reckless, I don't mind. You're the rhythm keeping this heart alive. And even if the world keeps changing shape, even if tomorrow fades away, I would still find my way through every storm, just to stand beside you once more. Maybe love was never meant to be easy, maybe that's what makes it real. All I know is every part of me still leans toward the way you make me feel. And if the stars all disappear tonight, I'd still follow your light. I will cross every ocean, every skyline, hold your hand beneath collapsing streetlights, through every fear and every lonely mile. You're still the reason I believe in life. And even when the world grows cold and strange, even when we're standing in the rain, I would choose you in 1,000 different lives, again and again every time. Cross every ocean tonight. You still feel like home tonight. The morning breaks across the quiet sea, and somehow you still live inside of me, like a compass pulling through the dark. You will always have my heart. The street was quiet underneath the falling snow, your footprints fading near the train. I stood there holding words too late to say, while headlights disappeared in rain. There's a photograph still tucked inside my coat, taken somewhere in July. You were laughing with your hair across your face, like nothing in the world could make us say goodbye. Now every morning feels a little colder, coffee turning bitter on my tongue, and every song that used to sound like freedom feels unfinished now you're gone. Maybe love hearts don't break in ways that make sense. If I could run back to the start of us, before the silence filled the room, before the nights got heavier and love slipped out too soon, I would hold you like tomorrow was something we could choose, and maybe we'd still be standing here if I knew how not to lose you. The city glows outside my apartment window, neon bleeding into blue. Strangers moving through their separate lives like they've never had to lose. I still hear your voice in little moments, like echoes underneath my skin. Funny how the smallest memories survive long after everything else ends. Your sweater's still hanging by the doorway. I haven't had the nerve to move it yet. Some things become part of the atmosphere, too permanent to forget. If I could run back to the start of us, before the distance took control, before we turned our love into something we could no longer hold, I would tell you every secret fear I buried deep inside, and maybe we'd still be together if I learned how not to hide. Maybe growing up just means living with the things you can't repair, learning how to carry ghosts into every future, everywhere. The moonlight spills across the empty floor tonight, silver washing through the dark, and somewhere between regret and memory, you still live inside my heart. If I could run back to the start of us, I'd slow every second down, memorize the way you smiled before the world changed around. But time keeps moving forward like rivers toward the sea, and all that's left are pieces of who we used to be. Still, if you ever think about me, no one ever stopped loving you, even after all the endings. Some feelings stay true. Morning slowly breaks across the avenue, cars waking underneath the pale gold sky, and somewhere in the quiet after midnight, I still hear your goodbye.
The rent was late and the kitchen light was flickering. Cold coffee on the stove again. We laughed about our empty pockets anyway, like kids pretending we were fine back then. Your old car barely made it through the winter nights, but we still drove with windows down, singing every cheap radio song too loud, like nothing in the world could drag us down. The city looked much bigger from that rooftop where we used to dream at 2 a.m., talking about the lives we swore we'd build someday before the world got serious again. Funny how the hardest days can shine the brightest now. Look looking back somehow. Back when we were broke, sleeping side by side on borrowed hope. Every little thing felt like enough when all we really had was us. No goal lights, no perfect plans, just your fingers tangled in my hands. And honestly, I'd give anything tonight to feel that alive again. Now the apartment's bigger, but it feels colder. Separate schedules, separate rooms. We talk more through our phones than face to face, like strangers passing in the blue. Sometimes I miss the way we used to fight and laugh, then make up before the sunrise came. Back when forever felt like something simple, not another thing to maintain. The moon hangs silver over downtown traffic, cars rushing underneath the rain. And all these years later, I still remember how free we felt with almost nothing. Back when we were broke, living off cheap wine and midnight jokes. Every broken dream still felt okay, 'cause love could carry us through days. No fancy words, no polished life, just reckless hearts trying to survive. And honestly, I'd trade this all tonight to feel that close again. Maybe growing up means losing pieces of the people we once were. Maybe love gets buried underneath routines till you barely hear the words. But somewhere inside these tired hearts, the fire still remains, hidden underneath the ordinary, waiting to wake again. So let's go back to being honest, back before the silence grew, before the world got in between us and we forgot what felt true. Maybe we don't need perfection, maybe we just need to try, like those kids laughing in the darkness with hope still in their eyes. 'Cause even now, with all the damage and all the years we've walked through, there's still a part of me believing I choose you all over too. Morning breaks across the city skyline, slow coffee warming in your hands again. And for a second in the quiet light, it feels like the first time again. You walk in wearing your old blue jeans,
Hair tied up like you didn't plan a thing.
still somehow the whole room turns around.
Every little light gets brighter now.
You laugh and suddenly my bad days fade,
Like summer sunlight breaking through the rain.
you never even try to steal the scene.
That's what makes you everything to me.
You don't even know the magic that you hold.
Every little flaw you see looks perfect next to me. Girl, you're beautiful tonight, like city stars in midnight skies. You don't have to change a single thing to make my heart come alive.
Every smile,
Every scar
every piece of who you are
makes me fall a little harder every time. Girl, you're beautiful tonight.
You dance dance around the kitchen late at night, singing random songs completely out of time. And honestly, I wouldn't change a note,
because it feels like home. You wear your heart so honestly, like open windows letting sunlight in from me. And every ordinary moment that we share turns into something rare. Girl, you're beautiful tonight, like city stars and midnight skies. You don't have to change a single thing to make my heart come alive.
Every smile,
Every scar,
every piece of
who you are makes me fall a little harder every time. Girl, you're beautiful tonight.
the world keeps telling people who to be.
But you shine brighter naturally.
And if you ever doubt yourself someday,
I'll remind you all the way that your heart is gold beneath the noise.
and loving you will
Always be my choice. Girl, you're beautiful tonight, more than words could ever write. Every little thing you try to hide.
Here's what I love the most inside.
And even when the years go rushing by, I still look at you with the same eyes, like the first time you walked into my life. Girl, you're beautiful tonight.
Beautiful tonight.
Standing in the
The
light,
moonlight fades into the
morning blue,
and somehow I still can't stop looking at you.
like every dream I ever needed came alive the night you walked into my life.
I remember crying on the bathroom floor, thinking I could never stand again. Every shattered promise felt like thunder. Every goodbye hit harder than you said I'd never make it on my own, like I come crawling back someday. But pain has a funny way of waking up the strength you didn't know you had saved. Now I walk taller through the city lights, heart beating louder than before. Every scar became a reminder of what I survived the storm for. I used to feel the fall beneath my feet. Now I know the fall can set you free, 'cause I was built from the breakdown, stronger every time life knocked me down. Every tear turned into gasoline, every wound became a part of me. Now I'm rising like the sunrise, no more hiding from my own light. What tried to break me only showed me how strong I could really be. The skyline glows electric in the distance, windows shining in the rain. And for the first time in forever, I don't feel chained to the pain. There's freedom in finally letting go of people who never saw your worth. Sometimes losing what you thought you needed becomes the best thing on earth. Now the mirror feels a little kinder. I recognize the eyes looking back. Not perfect, not untouched by heartbreak, but stronger because of that. 'Cause I was built from the breakdown, found the truth. Yeah, I was built from the breakdown. Now there's fire underneath me now. Every battle left a little light, burning brighter in my eyes. No more shrinking, no more hiding, no more begging to belong. I survived the nights that almost broke me. Now I know where I stand strong. And every piece they tried to damage turned into armor over time. What tried to destroy me only taught me how to rise. Morning sunlight pouring through the open blinds, a brand new heartbeat in my chest. And somewhere between the hurt and healing, I became my best. You change your clothes, you smile, your voice, trying hard to fit the scene, scrolling through everybody's perfect moments, wondering why you can't feel complete. You laugh along when your heart feels heavy, say I'm okay to get through the day. But every time you hide another piece of yourself, you drift a little farther away. The mirror starts becoming unfamiliar, like you don't recognize your own eyes. And all the noise around you keeps growing louder, till you forget your own mind. But underneath the pressure and the fear, there's still a spark nobody can erase. So don't lose your light, try to be what they want tonight. You were never made to disappear, or trade your soul for their applause and cheers. Even when the road gets hard and doubt keeps pulling at your heart, hold on to the truth inside. Don't lose your light. The city glows outside your bedroom window, neon reflections in the rain. Everybody's chasing some kind of perfection, while quietly carrying pain. There's a girl somewhere afraid to speak up, a boy hiding tears behind a joke. Maybe your honesty becomes the reason they finally believe there's hope. 'Cause nobody's life is really picture perfect, no matter what the headlines say. And strength isn't pretending not to break down, it's getting back up anyway. So don't lose your light, try to outrun every scar inside. The world may tell you who to be, but your heart already knows the truth. You need it even when your voice shakes loud and fear tries to pull you down. Remember who you are tonight. Don't lose your light. Maybe healing starts the moment you stop trying to become somebody else. Maybe freedom is finally choosing to love your honest self. The moon hangs silver over crowded rooftops tonight, cars glowing underneath the blue. And somewhere in the middle of the chaos, there's still something beautiful in you. So don't lose your light, even when the dark feels endless tonight. Every scar, every tear, every broken part help shape the strength inside your heart. And one day you'll look back proudly at the nights you almost gave in, and realize surviving made you stronger than you've ever been. So raise your head a little higher, let your true colors shine bright. The world needs the real you. close your light. Morning sunlight pouring softly through the blinds. A quiet kind of peace begins to rise. And somewhere between the hurt and the healing, you find yourself again. You walked in like you owned the neon lights. Leather jacket, dangerous smile tonight. Everybody froze when you crossed the room. Like the DJ changed the atmosphere for you.
I said, hey, what's your secret? What's your game? You just laughed and whispered back my name. Now my heart beats running way too fast, like a match dropped in the gasoline.
You don't gotta say too much, your body talks enough. One touch and the whole world spins like
Trouble pulling me in. You got that electric like that, make the whole club lean right back. Every move hits harder than a heartbeat drum. Girl, you light me up. And when you pull me close tonight, everything else fades out of sight. No rules, no sleep, just sparks in the dark. Yeah, you got that electric like that.
flashlights bouncing off the mirrored walls.
The shadow dancing down the hallway hall.
To move like we invented midnight heat,
Turning crowded floors into our own scene.
you bite your lip and suddenly I know
I'm too far gone to ever let this go.
even the city outside feels slow.
Compared to the fire in your eyes, you got that electric like that. Make the whole club lean right back. Every move hits harder than a heartbeat drum. Girl, you light me up. When you pull me close tonight, everything else fades out of sight. No rules, no sleep, just sparks in the dark. Yeah, you got that electric like that.
Maybe we're reckless,
Maybe we're wild,
but tonight feels bigger than ordinary life.
hands up, lights flat.
Bass shaking the floor,
Every second
leaves me
wanting more.
You got that electric like that, turning every glance into a heart attack.
Every little move feels dangerous and fun.
Like dancing straight into the sun.
And when the morning hits too soon, I'll still be spinning around this room. No fear, no breaks, just heat in the dark. Yeah, you got that electric like that. Electric like that tonight. Setting my soul on fire tonight. The city fades into a blurry glow, but your rhythm's still running through my soul. Like midnight frozen in a photograph.
You got that electric like that.
The city lights are fading through my bedroom blinds. Rain keeps tapping on the glass. Your hoodie's still hanging by the doorway, like somehow you never really left. I drive the streets we used to wander, windows down in the summer heat. Now every song we used to scream together feels incomplete without your heartbeat. I never thought silence could feel this loud till your voice disappeared from my days. Now every little thing around me still whispers your name. And I keep pretending I'm alright somehow, but the truth hits hardest after dark. There's an empty side of the night where your shadow still survives. Every star above this city feels colder without your Your photograph still glows beside the mirror, edges worn from restless hands. Funny how memories stay alive forever when people don't stay the same. My friends keep telling me I'll move on eventually, like hearts can simply choose. But nobody knows the weight of missing someone who felt like truth. The moon hangs silver over downtown rooftops, cars drifting underneath the blue. And somewhere out there tonight, I wonder if you miss me too. There's an empty side of the night where I still replay your laugh. Every broken conversation still echoes from the past. I try to drown the ache with music and all the things I'm supposed to do, but every road somehow keeps leading back to you. Maybe love doesn't disappear completely. Maybe it hides inside the scars, tiny pieces of forever still glowing in the dark. And even if tomorrow changes everything and time pulls us apart, you'll always be the quiet ache living somewhere in my heart. There's an empty side of the night, but I still leave the window open wide. Like maybe one day your memory won't hurt this much inside. And if you ever think about me underneath another sky, I know a part of me still waits for you at the edge of every night. Morning slowly rises through the pale blue dawn. Another lonely day begins anew. And somewhere between the fading stars and sunlight, I still wish you were here.
Everybody smiling in the photographs tonight. Perfect angles, perfect lights. But I've seen tears behind expensive sunglasses and lonely hearts dressed up in white. The city moves like everybody's got direction, like nobody's scared to fall. But underneath the noise and conversation, we're all just trying to feel enough at all. I spent years pretending I was fearless, building walls around the truth, till I realized even the strongest people still carry invisible wounds. Maybe honesty feels dangerous, 'cause it leaves nowhere left to hide. Everybody hides something underneath the skin. Little wars nobody talks about, quiet storms within. And maybe being human means breaking now and then. So tonight I'm done pretending I've got everything figured out again. I saw a businessman crying in a station hallway, head buried in his hands, while strangers walk past acting like they didn't notice, like pain's not part of being human. A girl I know keeps laughing through her heartbreak, posting pictures like she's fine. Funny how we've mastered looking happy while falling vulnerability's the truth. Everybody hides something behind carefully painted smiles, trying to survive another midnight, another lonely mile. Or maybe all we really need is somebody saying me too, cause the weight gets lighter somehow when the truth finally breaks through. Maybe scars don't make us weaker, maybe they're proof we stayed alive. Maybe the bravest thing a person can do is stop pretending they're alright. The moon hangs silver over downtown rooftops tonight, cars drifting underneath the blue. And somewhere in the silence after midnight, I finally tell the truth. Everybody hides something, but tonight I'm letting go of the fear of being imperfect, of the need to always know. Cause hearts were never built to carry every ache alone. And maybe real strength begins the moment we stop hiding our own. Everybody hides something, yeah, we all break apart sometimes, but maybe that's what makes us human. Underneath the lights, morning sunlight pouring through the window glass, a quieter kind of peace inside. And for the first time in forever, I don't feel the need to hide.
There's a crack in the mirror where your shadow used to stand, a cigarette still burning in the ashtray by my hand. You talk like every promise was carved into stone, then disappeared the second things got hard at home. I gave you every late night prayer I had to lose, turned my silence into shelter every time you blew a fuse. But love can only bend so far before it breaks, and now I see the truth behind the games you played. You thought I'd drown beneath the damage you left behind, but heartbreak only sharpened what survived. Now there's fire under the water, lightning in my veins. Every tear you pull from me comes back stronger in the rain. You try to leave me empty like the sky after the storm, but I found my own reflection in the pieces you destroyed. The city glows electric underneath these tired streets, taxi lights and broken dreams moving next to me. I hear your name in crowded bars sometimes at night, but it don't shake me like it used to deep inside. You always loved the sound of your own alibis, turning every goodbye into another sweet disguise. But even beautiful lies collapse eventually, and now your memory don't belong to me. Now there's fire under the water, smoke rising through the dark. Every scar you left behind only hardened up my heart. You thought I'd keep on chasing what was never really true, but I learned how to stop bleeding the moment I stopped loving you. Maybe pain is just a doorway, maybe breaking makes you whole. Maybe every ruined chapter leads you closer to your soul. The moon hangs over empty rooftops tonight, miss you now. There's fire under the water and thunder in my chest. I survived the kind of heartbreak that was built to leave a mess. You can keep your faded promises, your ghost inside the past. I'm done carrying your shadow. I'm finally free at last. There's fire underneath my footsteps, power underneath my skin, and every time the rain keeps falling, I rise again. Morning sunlight pouring through the window pane, a new sky waking over me, and somewhere in the sound of moving forward, I finally breathe free. You showed up like a storm in a black leather coat, sweet words dripping like wine. Every promise sounded holy in the dark, till I learned the truth behind your eyes. I gave you every trembling piece of trust, every sleepless midnight prayer, while you moved through fragile hearts so carelessly, like breaking love was never rare. Now your name still echoes through the apartment halls, but it doesn't own me anymore. I swept the shattered pieces from the floor the night you walked out that door. You thought I'd stay frozen in your shadow, but pain has a way of making people strong. So don't come back with your silver tongue and those sad eyes, pretending you've changed. You left fingerprints across my soul, but I survived the flames. Now I wear these scars like diamonds, no longer begging you to stay. You can keep your empty apologies. I gave my heart away once, I won't lose it twice the same way. The city glows cold underneath the pouring rain, taxi lights blur into gold. I hear your voice in crowded bars sometimes, but it don't shake me like before. Funny how the people who hurt you deepest always swear they meant no harm, while leaving bruises underneath your memories long after they are gone. I spent so many nights blaming myself for every crack between our hands, till I realized love should never feel like drowning where you stand. So don't come back with your reckless touch, like loneliness suddenly changed your mind. You disappeared when I needed saving. Now I'm stronger on my own this time, and every tear I cried in silence turned into armor underneath my skin. You taught me how to stop chasing someone who only knew how to leave again. Maybe hearts aren't made to stay untouched. Maybe breaking opens hidden light. Maybe healing starts the moment you stop begging for somebody to do you right. The moon hangs pale above the avenue tonight, silver pouring through my room, and somewhere inside the quiet after heartbreak I finally bloom. So don't come back secrets or stories about what we could have been. I buried the ghost of us already. I won't dig it up again. Now my reflection looks stronger than the girl you used to know. And every shattered piece you left behind helped me finally grow. You can keep your polished excuses, you smoke your empty charms. As I find my way out of the darkness with my own heart in my arms. Morning sunlight spills across the window pane, a softer kind of peace inside my chest, and somewhere beyond the ache you left behind, I finally rest. There's a small road bending past the fields where the air still tastes like rain. We were younger than the turning wheels, running wild without a name. You wore your father's faded denim coat, sleeves too long against your hands, and every word you softly spoke felt like something I could understand. The river carried bits of summer light, silver dancing near the shore. We stayed awake beneath the pines at night, talking till we lost the war with dawn. Back before the city stole our time away, back when love was simple as the wind in May. Golden light through the leaves, falling slow around your hair. Every quiet thing you gave me still feels waiting somewhere. If I close my eyes tonight, I can hear the water move, like the world was softer then when I was standing next to you. Now the avenue is loud with neon signs, people rushing home alone. I trace old constellations in my mind, like pathways back to what we know. Your photograph still hides inside a book, pressed between forgotten pages. Sometimes all it really takes is one small memory to shake us. And I wonder if you ever drive back there, past the fences and the hills. If you ever stop and breathe the evening air and feel the way the silence still. Golden light through the leaves, turning everything warm, like the sky was trying gently to keep us from the storm. Every laugh and every heartbeat still echoes in the blue, like the world kept spinning slowly anytime I looked at you. Maybe growing up just means learning how to carry ghosts, tiny pieces of the life that once felt impossibly close. The moon hangs low above the rooftops now, traffic sings its restless tune, but somewhere by that river bend, summer still belongs to you. Golden light through the leaves, drifting soft across the ground. All the years between us vanish when your memory comes around. I don't need forever promises or words too big to prove. I just know my heart felt honest in those afternoons with you. The river keeps on moving toward the sea. The trees keep swaying patiently, and somewhere in the fading evening glow, a part of me still walks that road. The room is dark except the TV light. Another sleepless California night. Your shadow's leaning by the window frame, like you forgot how to say your name. You've been carrying storms nobody sees, smiling while you're falling to your knees. Every little crack beneath your skin feels like a war you'll never win, but every broken road you walk alone still leads your heart back home. So hold on through the night, even when the stars don't shine, even when your world feels upside down. And hope is hard to find. You are more than all the scars, more than all the shattered parts. If your tears are all you have tonight, then let them fall like rain, but don't let go again. You say the mirror only shows regret, every dream you haven't reached yet, but I can see the fire in your eyes, even when you're drowning in goodbye. The city keeps on moving way too fast, making broken people fear the past. The hearts like yours were made to heal, even when the pain feels way too real. So hold on through the night, even when the stars don't shine, even when your world feels upside down. And hope is hard to find. You are more than all the scars, more than all the shattered parts. If your tears are all you have tonight, then let them fall like rain, but don't let go again. Someday the weight will disappear like smoke dissolving in the air, and all the nights you barely survive will prove how strong you are inside. The sunrise always finds a way to pull the dark back from the gray. So hold on through the night, even when the sky won't change, even when your hands are shaking cold, and nothing feels the same. You are stronger than you know, even hearts in pieces grow. There's a light waiting past the pain tonight, so breathe before you break. Your soul is still awake. Oh, hold on through the night. You don't have to fight alone this time. Morning light spills across the floor, like hope knocking softly at your door. And for the first time in a while, you find finally close your eyes and smile. I kept my secrets buried in my chest, like old photographs I never should have kept. Every little ghost came back at night, dancing through the corners of my mind.
I was wearing sorrow like a crown, building walls so I would never drown.
But every silence only pulled me deeper into the wreckage underneath my skin.
Then the
Morning hit me like a flood. I realized I've suffered long enough. So let the darkness go, let it fall right through the floor. I don't wanna carry yesterday anymore. I can hear my heartbeat louder than before, like a runaway drum calling me toward a life bigger than the fear I've known. Tonight I finally let the darkness go. There were years I thought I'd never change, running in circles through the guilt and shame. Every bad decision left a scar, like shattered glass beneath the stars. But maybe we were never meant to stay frozen in the worst parts of our days. Maybe every wound can teach us how to heal. Maybe broken hearts still learn to feel. So let the darkness go, let it fall right through the floor. I don't wanna carry yesterday anymore. I can hear my heartbeat louder than before, like a runaway drum calling me toward a life bigger than the fear I've known. Tonight I finally let the darkness go. Oh, I can feel the city breathing. Every light looks different now. The weight I carried for so long is finally leaving somehow. And if tomorrow comes uncertain, I'll still face it standing tall, because surviving every storm taught me how to rise through it all. So let the darkness go, watch it disappear like smoke. Every chain around my soul is finally broke. I can see the sunrise burning through the cold, turning all my shattered pieces into gold. I am more than every wound I've ever known. Tonight I finally let the darkness go. I finally let the darkness go. I finally found my way back home. The sky is opening above my head, like forgiveness painted gold and red. And for the first time in a long, long while, I face the world and finally smile.
You've been hiding underneath your headphones lately, walking like the world forgot your name, trying hard to keep your heart from breaking, smiling while you carry all the weight. But I see lightning living in your spirit, even when your colors fade to gray. You were never meant to blend into the shadows. You were born to shine your own way. Every scar you carry tells a story. Every tear became a part of gold. Sometimes the strongest hearts are built from people who kept standing in the cold. So don't let fear keep your fire undercover. The whole world's waiting for your light tonight. Come on and light up the sky, like sparks flying into the night. You're brighter than the doubts inside your mind, stronger than The city glows electric underneath us. Dreamers dancing through the neon blue. Everybody searching for a reason to believe their soul can make it through. There's a kid somewhere afraid to be different, watching everybody else fit in. Maybe your courage becomes the reason they finally stop believing in themselves again. You don't need permission to be fearless. You don't need approval to belong. The world changes every single moment. Someone dares to sing their song. Come on and light up the sky like fireworks over city lights. Let every broken piece inside your heart turn into something bright. Raise your voice above the noise tonight. Let your colors come alive. You were never made to hide. Come on and light up the sky. Maybe we were all born carrying magic, even if the world forgets to see. And maybe being brave just means remembering exactly who you're meant to be. The moon hangs silver over crowded rooftops tonight. Cars glowing underneath the haze. And somewhere in the middle of the music, 1,000 hearts ignite at once in flames. So come on and light up the sky. Let your soul burn wild tonight. Every dream you thought was far away is closer than it's ever been inside. No more hiding, no more fear. The world needs your colors here. You were born to shine alive. Come on and light up the sky. And even when the night gets heavy, and even when the road feels long, remember every star above you had to fight to glow this strong. Morning sunlight rising over the avenue, golden spilling through the air. And somewhere between the darkness and the daylight, you finally see yourself there. Morning coffee steaming by the window pane, sunlight dancing on the floor. Neighbors waving as they walk their dogs outside, like simple things still matter more. The world keeps spinning loud and complicated, everybody racing for the top. But I still find a little peace in moments most people never stop to watch. Like old men playing chess beside the station, kids laughing underneath the rain. Tiny acts of kindness in the middle of chaos that somehow keep us sane. Maybe happiness was never something far away. Maybe it's hidden in ordinary days. 'Cause the world as I see it still shines in little ways, through tired eyes and broken hearts and imperfect days. There's beauty in the struggle, there's hope inside the pain. And every time we choose each other, the world begins again. A waitress humming softly at the dining counter, working double shifts alone, still smiling kindly at every stranger, like love can live in small unknowns. I met a man playing guitar on the corner, his case nearly empty by his feet. But when he sang, the whole candles in the dark. Maybe we don't need to have all the answers. Maybe love is enough sometimes to hold the weight of another person and help them survive. The moon hangs silver over crowded avenues tonight. Cars drifting underneath the blue, and somewhere in the middle of this restless life, I still believe in true. 'Cause the world as I see it isn't lost beyond repair. It lives inside compassion, inside learning how to care. In every hand that reaches out, every soul refusing fear, every person brave enough to let another near. Maybe that's the meaning hidden underneath it all, that even in our brokenness we still rise when we fall. Morning slowly rising through another open sky. Birds singing softly through the air. And somewhere in the quiet, before the city wakes, hope is still there. Hope is still there.
You walked around like the world owed you applause. Every mirror was your best friend. Always talking like I never find another, like I come running back again. You love the sound of your own promises more than you ever loved me. I spent too many nights shrinking myself, trying to fit your fantasy. Now I see clearly through the smoke and glamour, all the games behind your charm. Funny how losing you felt painful then, but saving me did more. You thought I'd break the second you walked away, but look who's standing stronger today. Turns out I'm lucky I let you go. Lucky I stopped chasing your shadow. You called it love, but it felt like war, and I deserve so much more. Now I'm dancing underneath new lights, breathing easier every night. You were almost everything I wanted, till I realized what I needed most wasn't you. The city shines differently through my window now, like freedom painted gold and blue. I wear confidence like diamonds on my skin, something I forgot with you. I hear you telling people I was difficult, that I never understood your heart. But loving someone shouldn't mean tearing yourself apart. I found peace inside the quiet after heartbreak, found strength in being alone. And every mile between your memory and me feels more like home. Turns out I'm lucky I let you go. Lucky I finally chose my soul. You made me doubt my own reflection. Now I see perfection in my flaws, and every scar you left behind me turned into armor over time. You were almost mine forever. Thank God forever changed its mind. he's just another doorway leading you back to yourself. The moon hangs silver over downtown tonight. Cars rushing underneath the sky. And for the first time in forever, I'm not asking why. Turns out I'm lucky I let you go. Lucky I stopped begging for your love. Now every morning feels brighter without your darkness hanging over us. I found somebody stronger in the mirror, someone who finally knows her worth. And losing you became the best thing that ever happened first. You can keep your empty roses, your late night apologies too. Because the girl who needed saving finally saved herself from you. Morning sunlight pouring through the curtains wide, a brand new heartbeat in my chest. And somewhere beyond the ashes of your goodbye, I found my best.
You told me I was too loud for a small town scout, too wild for the rules they made. I tried to paint my colors in the black and white, but I was never built that way. Every scar became a piece of armor, every tear became a song, and every time they tried to break my spirit, it only made me stronger. I spent years hiding parts of myself, trying hard to fit them mold, till I realized the things they called imperfect were the parts worth holding close. So let the whole world stare tonight. I'm done apologizing for my life. I was made of fire, made to burn bright, born to shine underneath neon lights. No shame, no fear, no need to hide. This heart was never meant to live disguised, and every broken piece inside me turned into something beautiful. I was born to stand out loud, not disappear into the crowd. The city pulses underneath electric skies, dreamers dancing in the dark. Every lonely soul searching for belonging carries their own spark. There's a girl with glitter tears on the dance floor, a boy scared to speak his truth. But tonight we raise our voice together, like we've got nothing left to lose. Cause nobody should have to shrink themselves to make somebody else feel tall. And every heart deserves a place to rise instead of fall. We were made of fire, made to break chains, made to love ourselves without the shame. No labels, no walls, no perfect lines, just fearless hearts learning how to shine. And every scar becomes a story, every wound becomes a light. We were never meant for hiding, we were born to come alive. We were born to come alive. Maybe freedom starts the moment you stop asking for permission. Maybe healing starts the second you trust your own reflection. The moon hangs silver over the city tonight, crowds glowing underneath the blue. And somewhere in the middle of the music, we finally feel true. We were made of fire, made to stand tall, even when the whole world wants us small. No fear, no doubt, no compromise. There's power living in our different lives. So raise your voice into the night sky, let your colors flood the room. Cause the world gets brighter every time somebody chooses truth. We were born with beating hearts, not built to live afraid. And nothing in this universe could make us less this way. Could make us less this way. Morning sunlight pouring through the city streets, another breath heart's asking what I'm waiting for.
Like everybody else already knows the score.
But I'm still learning how to trust the road, even when it twists where I can't see.
Maybe uncertainty's not the enemy.
Maybe it's just another kind of freedom calling me.
So I'll keep walking through these unfamiliar streets, even when my heartbeat skips beneath my feet. I don't need a perfect plan to start. Sometimes getting lost can lead you to your heart. And every wrong turn, every midnight doubt is shaping who I'll someday talk about. Maybe the best stories never follow maps at all.
Maybe we were made for roads unknown.
My friends are settling into polished life,
Posting photographs with perfect smiles,
meanwhile I'm still chasing scattered sparks.
trying to turn confusion into art.
There are mornings when the future feels too wide,
Like standing on the edge,
of some endless tide.
but there's something beautiful inside the fear.
Like possibility hanging in the air. So I'll keep walking through these unfamiliar streets, even when my heartbeat skips beneath my feet. I don't need a perfect plan to start. Sometimes getting lost can lead you to your heart. And every wrong turn, every midnight doubt is shaping who I'll someday talk about. Maybe the best stories never follow maps at all.
Maybe we were made for roads unknown.
What if the cracks inside my confidence
Are only windows letting sunlight in?
What if the life I've been afraid to live
Is waiting right beyond this hesitation.
I'm tired of standing still, watching the world move without me.
So I'll keep
Running toward the open sky tonight, even if I tremble every step of the climb. I don't wanna waste another year afraid of all the beautiful mistakes I could make. And every unfinished dream inside my chest still deserves a chance to breathe instead. Maybe the future isn't something we control. Maybe it's a song we learn as we go. Oh, oh, through the roads unknown. Oh, oh, finding home inside the unknown.
the city lights blur softly into dawn.
And somehow I don't feel so lost anymore.
Like every question pulling at my soul.
It's slowly leading me where I belong.
Scared of shoes sliding down the supermarket aisle. Headphones buzzing, lo-fi tunes. Summer heat hanging over parking lots underneath the pale blue moon. Everybody's trying hard to look cooler, taking blurry pictures for the feed, laughing way too loud outside the corner store, like we're exactly where we need to be. Old bikes leaning by the basketball court, street lights flickering gold and green. Nothing really changes in this neighborhood, still feels like a movie scene. We don't got much, but we got tonight, and somehow that feels alright. Running through the midnight arcade lights, cheap dreams glowing neon bright. Young hearts moving way too fast, trying to make the summer last. Radio songs in city air, hands up like we got no cares. Living loud underneath the skylight, we'll stay young our whole life. making rooftop views after midnight, talking about escape plans again. Everybody wants a bigger future, but nobody knows where it ends. The diner's open 24 hours, coffee cups stacked high in rows. We trade stories like old cassette tapes, laughing at things nobody else knows. There's freedom in these ordinary moments, windows down on empty roads, like the whole world's waiting somewhere past the places we outgrow. Running through the midnight arcade lights, bass shaking through the summer nights. Every heartbeat feels alive, like sparks shooting through the sky. Late night drives with nowhere planned, music loud and warm hands, living fast underneath the glow. Not ready to go home yet though. Maybe growing up is realizing these nights won't stay forever, but maybe that's what makes them beautiful. Tiny moments we remember. The moon hangs silver over rooftop lines tonight, cars moving underneath the blue. And somewhere in the middle of the noise, we finally feel true. Running through the midnight arcade lights, golden memories burning bright. Every laugh becomes a photograph, frozen somewhere in our minds. No perfect plans, no fancy dreams, just friends and restless energy, living loud underneath the sky, like nothing could pass us by. And even when the years move on and all these streets begin to change, I know these nights will stay with us, like music in our veins. Morning sunlight creeping through the avenue, last song fading soft and slow. And somewhere between the dark and daylight, we don't wanna let go.
There's a pale light hanging over the avenue, city sleeping underneath the rain. I'm sitting by the window with the radio low, trying not to say your name. Your photograph still rests beside the bedside lamp, like time forgot to move ahead. And every shadow in this quiet apartment pulls me back to what we had. I know you're somewhere living different nights now, different skies above your head. But every lonely hour keeps returning to the last things we never said. Maybe distance only makes the silence louder when your heart still hasn't let go. I send my thoughts like midnight satellites, floating through the dark to you, hoping maybe somewhere in the quiet you still feel them too. Every star above the skyline looks like something left undone, and I keep talking to the night, like it might carry my love home. The coffee's cold beside my shaking hands tonight. Taxi lights blur outside my room. There's a song playing softly from the apartment upstairs, one we used to dance to in June. Everybody says that time will heal eventually, like hearts are simple things to mend. But nobody explains the empty feeling when the world keeps moving in the end. I still replay just a signal, traveling farther than we know, crossing oceans, crossing empty rooms, long after people let go. The moon hangs silver over rooftop lines tonight, soft light pouring through the haze. And somewhere underneath this endless sky, I still whisper your name. I send my heart like midnight satellites through every lonely shade of blue, still believing somewhere in the darkness a part of you remembers too. And if tomorrow brings another sunrise, another night I face alone, I'll still leave the window open in case your memory comes home. Morning slowly breaking through the clouds again, cars waking underneath the dawn. And somewhere between the fading stars and daylight, I'm still holding on. Streetlights dancing on the falling rain, cheap red sneakers running through the train. Everybody talking like they know our names, but we don't really care tonight. Your mascara fading in the neon glow, laughing way too loud outside the corner store. We were just a couple kids looking for something honest in the noise outside. And all the city sirens sing like they know we're temporary. Put your hand inside my hand, makes the moment legendary. Tonight we burn like fireworks over downtown skies, singing like the world is ours for just one night. Hearts beating reckless in the blue headlights. Oh, we're alive. No gold, no fame, no perfect alibis, just broken dreams and glitter in our eyes, running through the dark like we can never die. Oh, we're alive tonight. Taxi windows fogging from the summer heat, old cassette playing every tired beat. You were spinning circles barefoot in the street like you owned the moon somehow. We got nothing waiting back at home again, just unfinished conversations with our friends. But for now the night is young enough to mend every scar we hide somehow. Tonight we burn like fireworks over downtown skies, singing like the world is ours for just one night. Hearts beating reckless in the blue headlights. Oh, we're alive. No gold, no fame, no perfect alibis, just broken dreams and glitter in our eyes, running through the dark like we could never die. Oh, we're alive tonight. If tomorrow comes crashing through the ceiling, if the morning steals away the feeling, I'll still remember every word you said, every blurry light above our heads. Maybe we were never meant to last forever. Maybe nights like this are all we ever get, but I would choose this chaos every time instead. Tonight we burn like fireworks over downtown skies, shouting every secret underneath the light. Hands up higher like the stars are on our side. Oh, we're alive. No fear, no chains, no need to apologize. Young hearts racing like a thunderstorm tonight, even if the magic disappears by sunrise. Oh, we were alive never really is. The city lights are fading through the bedroom blinds. Your shadow turned away from mine. We're lying close enough to touch each other, but it feels like oceans tonight. The silence hanging heavier than midnight rain. Words frozen somewhere in between. I miss the way your laughter filled this empty room before love became so hard to reach. There's a cold side of the mattress by the window where your warmth used to stay. Now every inch between our tired bodies feels farther every day. How did we drift so far without moving at all? How did forever become these quiet walls? There are miles across the sheets tonight, even when you're right beside me. Your heart feels somewhere out of sight, like a distant memory. I keep reaching through the darkness, trying to find a way back in. But love feels fragile in this silence, like it's slipping through our hands again. I still remember dancing barefoot in the kitchen, your hands wrapped around my waist. Back when every little moment felt electric and forever didn't feel unsafe. Now the television glows across your face while neither of us knows what to say. Funny how two people can share the same bed and still feel worlds away. Outside the rain keeps falling on the avenue, cars rushing underneath the blue. And all I really want tonight is to feel close to you. There are miles across the sheets tonight, 1,000 unsaid words between. Every heartbeat sounds like distance now, where love used to breathe. I keep holding on to memories, like they can pull us through. But sometimes even the strongest hearts forget what they're supposed to do. Maybe love doesn't disappear in one moment, maybe it fades quietly over time. Tiny cracks inside the ordinary, hidden underneath the night. The moonlight spills silver through the curtains now, soft against your sleeping face. And even after all this distance, I still want us this way. There are miles across the sheets tonight, but I still believe somewhere inside the fire hasn't vanished completely. It's only hiding from the light. So before we turn into strangers, before the silence wins again, take my hand across this darkness and let us start again. Even if it hurts to reach for each other, even if healing takes time, I'd rather fight for what we built together than lose what's still alive. Morning slowly rises through the window pane, the room painted soft in golden blue. And somewhere between the silence and the sunrise, I still choose you.
Spent too many nights staring at the mirror, picking apart every little flaw, listening to voices that were never yours, till you forgot what you're fighting for. You learn to smile through disappointment, say I'm fine when you're barely standing tall. But nobody sees the wars you survive daily, just to keep yourself from falling apart at all. They told you you were too much, too loud, too broken, too different to belong. But maybe all the things they tried to silence were the reasons you were strong all along. So stop apologizing for the space you take. Your heart was never made to shrink away. You are more than enough, even on the nights you come undone, even with the scars you hide, and all the battles no one knows you fight. You don't have to be flawless to deserve love, to deserve light. The world may try to pull you under, but don't forget your fire tonight. The city glows outside your bedroom window, cars moving underneath the rain. Everybody's carrying invisible bruises, even if they don't say the pain. There's a girl somewhere afraid to speak honestly, a boy scared to show his tears. Maybe your courage becomes the reason somebody survives their darkest years. Cause perfection was never the destination, being real was always enough. And every crack inside your heart only proves you never gave up. You are more than enough, even when your voice shakes in the dark, even when the mirror feels cruel and life leaves bruises on your heart. You don't need permission to stand proud inside your skin. You were worthy from the beginning, not after fixing everything. Maybe healing starts the moment you stop trying to become somebody else. Maybe freedom is learning to finally love yourself. The moon hangs silver over downtown rooftops tonight, neon glowing underneath the blue. And somewhere in the middle of the chaos, there's still beauty inside you. You are more than enough, more than every doubt you carry around, more than every voice that tried to convince you to back down. So raise your head a little higher, let your truth become your light. Cause the world gets brighter every time you choose yourself tonight. And even when tomorrow hurts, and even when the road feels rough, remember this before you fall asleep. You have always been enough. Morning sunlight pouring softly through the blinds, a quiet kind of hope inside your chest. And somewhere between the pain and healing, you finally believe it.
You've been staring at the ceiling for days, watching shadows slowly swallow the gray. Every promise feels a little too far, every mirror only shows broken parts. And I know the weight you carry inside makes the whole world feel too heavy tonight. But storms don't stay forever in the sky, even the darkest clouds eventually drift by. Don't let one decide who you are. The ending hasn't been written this far. repair. The city moves while you stand still again, trying to smile through the noise in your head. Everybody seems so certain somehow, while you're just learning how to breathe right now. But healing doesn't happen overnight. Sometimes surviving is already a fight, and every scar you wish you didn't wear is proof that you were brave enough to care. You are more than this moment of pain, more than the tears falling down like rain, more than the nights when your heart gives out and silence is the only sound. The light inside you never disappeared, it's only hiding underneath the fear. So don't believe the lies your sadness says. You are not lost beyond repair. One day these empty streets will feel alive again. One day your pulse won't race from old regrets. You'll look back softly at the person you once were and realize you survived every hurt. The world still needs the heart you hold inside, even when you can't see your own light. You are more than the breaking apart, more than the shadows covering your heart, more than the nights you barely made it through. There's still a future waiting there for you. And even if the road feels cold tonight, you don't have to walk it all alone this time. The dawn is closer than it seems from where you are. You are stronger than your scars. Morning slowly spills across the room, chasing darkness from every corner too soon. And somewhere between the hurt and grace, you finally feel hope return again. Cold hands wrapped around a paper cup at midnight, bus stop glowing pale blue white. She pulls her jacket tighter in the winter air, like she's trying to disappear tonight. There's mascara running softly down her tired eyes, high heels breaking on the street. People pass like shadows without noticing the girl collapsing quietly underneath. She laughs too loud to hide the silence in her chest. Smoke's drifting underneath the rain. Every scar she carries tells a story nobody cared enough to name. And the city keeps moving without slowing down, while she's barely hanging on somehow. She's a neon angel in the dark tonight, burning quietly beneath the flashing lights. Everybody sees the glitter on her skin, but nobody asks where she's been. And every dream she carried years ago feels farther than the falling snow. Still she keeps dancing through the cold alone, trying to find a way back home. The dining closes at 4 a.m. on weekdays. Coffee stains across the counter line. She counts tips underneath fluorescent lighting, trying hard to buy more time. There's an old photograph inside her wallet of a girl with brighter eyes, back before the city turned her heart she's doing alright tonight. She smiles and says she's fine. Funny how the saddest people often learn to hide it best behind their eyes. She's a neon angel in the dark tonight, floating through another restless night. Every broken piece she hides inside still shines beneath the city lights, and all the love she never got enough of still echoes softly in her voice. But somehow she keeps waking up each morning like surviving is her choice. Maybe healing starts with somebody noticing the weight another soul carries alone. Maybe all we really need sometimes is proof we're not invisible. The moon hangs silver over empty avenues, cars drifting underneath the haze. And somewhere inside this sleepless city, she's still hoping for better days. She's a neon angel in the dark tonight, still fighting underneath the pale street lights. Every scar reflects a little strength, even if she can't see it yet. And one day she'll look back at these nights from somewhere softer, somewhere warm, and realize she survived the kind of loneliness that could have become a storm. Morning slowly spills across the avenue, the sky turning quiet shades of gold. And somewhere between the darkness and daylight, she keeps holding on. Cold lights flashing through an empty street, bass lines shaking underneath our feet. I was lost inside the noise and smoke, trying not to feel alone. Then you pull me closer through the crowd, like the only thing that mattered now. Your eyes hit me brighter than the strobe lights, and suddenly the dark felt alive. We were broken in our own ways, running from the same old pain, but somehow in the chaos listen, stars spinning above, and for one perfect second everything was enough. We found fire in the midnight glow, found a place where broken people go, where every scar turns into art and lonely hearts restart. And even when the sunlight steals the night, I'll still remember how it felt inside, like thunder echoing across the sky. We found love under neon lights, under neon lights tonight. Everything finally felt alive. Morning creeps across the avenue, but part of me still stays with you, like music fading after one last song. The feeling somehow lingers on. Midnight paints the avenue in silver blue. Taxi lights are floating through the rain. Your shadow lingers like a cigarette perfume, drifting slowly through my veins. I hear your footsteps in the underground, like echoes bouncing off the train. Every crowded room still spins around whenever someone says your name. The skyline burns beneath the summer heat, windows glowing gold above the dark, and all the noise of restless city streets still leads me back to where you are. Maybe I was made to run toward the fire, even knowing love could pull me under. I move like neon tides crashing through the night for you. Every road keeps turning into something I can't lose, like a heartbeat in the distance, like a spark I can't erase. I keep chasing your horizon through the smoke and city haze. Street musicians singing underneath the bridge, static dancing from a radio. I remember how your fingers brushed my wrist, soft as falling snow. The moon hangs low above the boulevard, cars rushing like electric waves. I swore I'd learn to leave the past behind, but your memory still stays. There's something wild living in my chest every time the evening starts, like the whole world slows for just a second when your name cuts through my heart. I move like neon tides, pulling me deeper into you. Every flashing light reminds me of the nights we drove straight through, like thunder rolling slowly across a restless summer sky. I keep falling through your gravity every single time. Maybe some loves never disappear, they just change shape in the dark, turning into quiet electricity, running underneath your heart. And even if the years keep moving, even if the colors fade, there'll always be a piece of me still calling out your name. I move like neon tides rushing through the sleepless blue. Every lonely slowly disappears behind the dawn. Headlights fading into pale gold light, and somewhere between the silence and the morning, I still feel you moving through the night. The parking lot was glowing under Friday lights, your hand brushing close to mine. We kept talking long after midnight passed, like we were trying to stop time. The radio was low inside your old car, summer air drifting through the dark. Every little laugh between the silences was leaving fingerprints on my heart. I could feel the world turning softer every second you looked my way, like something beautiful was happening. Neither of us knew how to say, and I know this feeling's dangerous, but I don't wanna rush tonight. So stay one more minute slow, let the headlights fade outside. I don't need forever promises, just your hand in mine tonight. We don't have to cross the line or turn this into something wild. Sometimes the sweetest kind of falling starts with just a little wow. Your jacket wrapped around my shoulders softly while the city cooled below. You whisper stories about your hometown, things nobody else would know. There was moonlight caught inside your eyes, silver dancing every time you smiled. And for a moment everything around us felt innocent and reconciled. I haven't heard enough to know better how fast people disappear, but something in the way you hold me makes the noise inside me clear. So stay one more minute slow, like the night was made for us. No need for reckless conversations or trying too hard to rush. We can let the moment breathe, let the quiet say enough. Sometimes the strongest kind of feeling starts small and soft. Maybe love isn't fireworks, maybe it's softer than that. Maybe it's two people choosing to keep coming back, like late night drives with nowhere to go, like songs humming low on the stereo, like the peace you find when somebody finally feels like home. So stay one more minute slow before the sunrise steals the dark, before the world gets loud again and pulls us both apart. I don't need a perfect ending or words too big to prove. Tonight this little spark between us feels honest and true. So let the city keep spinning, let tomorrow wait outside. Right here in this quiet moment, everything feels right. The morning light begins to touch the sky, your fingers still tangled up in mine, and neither of us wants to say goodbye yet. There's a court light hanging over the avenue, flickering softly through the rain. I keep walking circles through these empty rooms, trying not to say your name. The television glows without a sound, blue shadows moving on the wall. And every night the silence gets so loud, I can barely think at all. Your coffee cup still sits beside the sink, like time forgot to carry it away. Funny how the smallest things can pull you under in the middle of the day. Maybe I was too afraid to lose control. Maybe love was always something I couldn't hold. Now the city moves around me, but I feel frozen in place, like a siren in the distance, fading slowly into space. I keep reaching for your shadow through the static in my mind, but every road I follow leaves another piece behind. Train doors opening like tired lungs at dawn, strangers staring at their phones. I wonder if you ever think about me now when you're walking home alone. There's a cracked mirror hanging by the stairwell, reflecting somebody I don't know. Somebody still carrying old conversations long after you let go. And the moonlight spills across the parking lot, silver washing over empty cars. For a second I can almost feel your heartbeat somewhere underneath the dark. Now the city moves around me like waves pulling at the shore, and every passing hour makes me miss you even more. I keep tracing all the outlines of the life we almost knew, but the night keeps folding inward every time I think of you. Maybe healing isn't graceful, maybe it arrives in pieces, tiny moments of acceptance hidden underneath the grief. Like breathing through the winter, like learning how to sleep alone, like hearing your own heartbeat and finally calling it home. Now the city moves around me, but the sky feels white again, and the silence that once haunted me feels softer now and then. I still carry your reflection like smoke beneath my skin, but I know the morning's coming even after everything. Street lights slowly fading into pale sunrise, engines humming underneath the dawn. And somewhere in the quiet after midnight, I finally hear myself moving on.
Cruising downtown with the speakers shaking windows, city lights dancing on your face. You laugh and suddenly the whole night changes, like the world sped up its pace. Got playlist full of songs that sound like summer. Every lyric somehow leads to you. Now every beat inside my heartbeat feels like something brand new. You got that late night energy, like fireworks over the avenue. Every time you move beside me, the whole room catches the groove. Turn it up louder, don't let the moment fade. Tonight feels like a song we're meant to play. You're the radio in my chest. Every beat hit louder than the rest. Got my heart singing out your name like a melody I can't escape. Windows down, let the whole world hear. Every note gets clearer when you're near. You got my soul spinning like a stereo, playing on and on and on. We stay talking till the sunrise hits the dashboard. Coffee cups stacked by the door. Somehow every random conversation makes me want you more and more. The city glows electric underneath us. Neon reflections in your eyes, and every little spark between our laughter feels impossible to hide. People come and go like station signals, fading somewhere in the noise. But you hit different than the rest of them, like my favorite kind of choice. You're the radio in my chest. Every rhythm putting me to the test. Got my heartbeat running out of line every time your fingers touch mine. Turn it up, don't let the feeling go. We got our own soundtrack on the road. You got my soul spinning like a stereo, playing on and on and on. Maybe love is just two people finding harmony in the chaos. Like midnight drives with nowhere to go, but still feeling exactly where you belong. The moon hangs silver over rooftop lights tonight. Cars moving underneath the blue, and every song suddenly sounds better when I'm next to you. You're the radio in my chest, turning all my silence into something blessed. Every moment sounds alive tonight, like sparks exploding into light. Hands up, let the whole night roll. Feel the rhythm deep inside your soul. You got my world spinning like a stereo, playing on and on and on. And even when the music fades, someday I know this feeling's gonna stay. 'Cause you turn my heartbeat into something beautiful, like a song I never wanna lose. Morning sunlight creeping through the avenue, last song playing soft and low. And somewhere between the bass and the sunrise, I already know. Leather boots on the boulevard tonight, neon reflections in the pouring light. We were running faster than the city noise, like rebels with electric hearts.
Every scar beneath the glitter shines like proof we made it through the hardest nights. And for a moment nothing else exists except your hand reaching for mine.
The world can break apart tomorrow,
But right now we're untouchable. We're dancing right before the sunrise, with fire burning wild in our eyes, holding on to every second like gold. Oh, tastes like summer heat. We were screaming the lyrics through the open air, like nothing could ever hurt us there. The skyline looked like shattered diamonds blue. Every flashing light kept leading back to you. And somehow all the fear I used to know disappeared inside your glow. We're dancing right before the sunrise, with fire burning wild in our eyes, holding on to every second like gold. Before the night grows old, and even if the stars fall from the sky, I wanna feel this moment one more time, like we're standing on the edge of something bright, right before the sunrise tonight. Maybe we were born for nights like these, where broken hearts turn fearless in the beat. No looking back, no slowing down, just thunder underneath the sound. And if tomorrow changes everything, at least we lived like kings and queens tonight. We're dancing right before the sunrise, with every dream exploding into light. No fear, no shame, no holding back our souls tonight. We lose control, and even when the daylight pulls us home, this memory will stay inside our bones, like lightning frozen in the midnight sky. We were alive tonight. Oh, right before the sunrise, burning brighter than the city lights. The morning slowly washes through the dark, but your heartbeat still echoes in my heart, like the last song ringing through the night. We were infinite tonight.
We were driving with the windows down last summer, laughing louder than the radio, talking about dreams at every red light, like we had nowhere else to go. You see me on my worst nights, breaking down when the world felt way too heavy to hold, and somehow you stayed through every storm, never letting me face it alone. Some people disappear when things get messy, but you always show up somehow, like sunlight breaking through the clouds, exactly when I need it now. And no matter where this life takes us, you'll never have to wonder where I stand, 'cause I'll be right here beside you, through every high and every low. When the whole world feels uncertain, you'll always have a place to go. If your sky starts turning darker, if your heart forgets its way, just call my name, I promise I'm not going anywhere. The city glows outside the diner window, midnight coffee in our hands, talking about everything and nothing, like only real friends understand. We've both got scars nobody notices, little battles hidden deep inside, but somehow sharing all the broken pieces makes the weight feel lighter over time. Life keeps changing like the seasons, people come and people go, but some connections feel like home no matter how much we grow. And I'll be right here beside you, even when the road gets rough, when you feel like giving up, I'll remind you you're enough. If the rain keeps falling heavy and you can't carry it alone, lean your heart against my shoulder, you'll always have a home. Maybe that's what love really means, not perfection, not grand designs, just somebody staying through the chaos, time after time. The moon hangs silver over empty avenues tonight, cars glowing underneath the blue. through the glass. Another day beginning brand new. And somewhere between the laughter and the hard days, I'll keep choosing you.
Driving with the windows rolled down low, sunset burning like a fire on the road. Old blue sneakers on the dashboard by your feet, laughing like we never needed sleep. Radio static mixing with your voice, making every wrong turn feel like the right choice. The whole town shrinking and somehow that pulled me out. Hey darling, let's get lost tonight. Run through every red light, shining white. Leave the heavy day somewhere behind, like smoke disappearing in the night. We don't need a map or perfect plan, just your heartbeat and my shaking hands. Every second feels electric now, like runaway summer in this town. Cheap motel coffee and a wrinkled map, your head resting lightly in my lap, talking about the places we might go someday, like we've still got years to waste. You dance barefoot in a parking lot, making ordinary moments hit my heart, and suddenly the whole wide world feels small when you're leaning on my shoulder in the dark. Hey darling, let's get lost tonight. Run through every red light, shining white. Leave the heavy day somewhere behind, like smoke disappearing in the night. We don't need a map or perfect plan, just your heartbeat and my shaking hands. Every second feels electric now, like runaway summer in this town. Maybe life moves way too fast, maybe nothing good ever lasts forever, but right here under these neon stars, I swear this feels like something better. And if tomorrow pulls us different ways, I'll still remember your face, lit up by gas station lights at 2 a.m. Hey darling, let's get lost tonight. Drive until the morning paints the sky. Leave our worries somewhere far behind, where they can't follow us this time. We were young enough to believe in sparks, young enough to turn these streets into art. And even when the night finally slows down, I'll still hear your laughter in this town. Oh, runaway summer in my veins, dancing through the pouring rain. The sunrise spills across the hood like proof that we were really here. And somewhere between the miles and lights, you became my favorite memory tonight. Midnight buzzing through my bedroom lights, tiny constellations glowing neon white. I've been building paper rockets in traffic streaming down the avenue. It looks like rivers made of silver blue. If gravity keeps pulling at my feet, why do my dreams still reach beyond the street? I wanna fly past the satellite dreams, past the glow of every digital screen, into the endless ultraviolet night, where stars burn louder than city lights. And maybe somewhere in the atmosphere there's a version of me without the fear, spinning through galaxies wild and free, like the universe is singing back to me.
Old headphones crackling with static songs,
Keeping me awake until the dawn.
I trace the planets with my fingertips,
Like they're places I could someday live. Everybody says to keep both feet on earth, but one that feels too beautiful to hurt. And every shooting star above the skyline seems like proof we're bigger than we think. I wanna fly past the satellite dreams, past the glow of every digital screen, into the endless ultraviolet night, where stars burn louder than city lights. And maybe somewhere in the atmosphere there's a version of me without the fear, spinning through galaxies wild and free, like the universe is singing back to me. If I disappear beyond the clouds tonight, don't call it running away, call it chasing every spark inside that refused to fade. Because some hearts were built for open skies, not just surviving in straight lines. I wanna fly past the satellite dreams, beyond the noise of machines and routines, into a sky painted electric gold, where every impossible story unfolds. And even if I never leave this town, my soul already knows how to break out, dancing through meteor showers endlessly, like the universe is waking up in me. Oh, 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 through the cosmic sea tonight. Oh, 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 underneath the endless light. Morning slowly washes through the glass, another sleepless universe has passed. But somewhere between the stars and me, I finally found a place to breathe. The hallway light keeps buzzing through the walls, like it's trying not to sleep. I count the cracks above my bed at 4, while the city breathes beneath. There's a coffee cup still sweating on the desk, a jacket hanging by the door. I haven't touched the messages you sent, but I still read them every morning before work. The television flickers without sound, blue shadows swimming through the room. I think about the way we burned out slowly, like summer fading far too soon. And every night I swear I'm getting better, until the silence pulls me under again. There's static in the ceiling, and your voice inside my head, like a radio still playing, long after keep circling back again. The train station smells like cold December air, wet concrete and cigarettes. 1,000 people moving somewhere else, like they know things I forget. I saw somebody wearing your old perfume and nearly called your name aloud. Funny how the smallest little moments can still knock the air right out. The sky was pink above the parking lot tonight, cars drifting under neon signs. For a second I imagined you beside me, laughing softly at the traffic lights. There's static in the ceiling and echoes underneath my skin. Every memory keeps glowing like it never really ended in the end. I tell myself to let it fade now, to leave the past where it belongs. But every sleepless hour keeps turning into another unfinished song. Maybe love is just a shadow pressed into the shape of who we were. Tiny pieces left behind inside the ordinary world. The cold side of the mattress, the empty seat beside the train, the way your name still sounds electric, running through my brain. There's static in the ceiling and headlights washing through the blinds. I'm still tracing all the places where your hands once fit in mine. Maybe healing isn't clean cut, maybe moving on takes time. But tonight this lonely apartment still feels haunted by your light. Morning slowly gathers at the window pane. Another tired sky above the avenue, and somewhere in the noise of waking up, I still hear pieces of you. I still drive past your street sometimes at night, even though I know you're nowhere in sight. The coffee shop where we used to stay too long still plays our favorite old sad songs.
I changed my number, cut my hair short,
Tried to turn heartbreak into a fresh start,
but every crowded room and every neon sign
somehow always brings me back in time.
Everybody says the pain will disappear,
But your memory's still loud and clear. I'm not where I was, but I'm not moving on. Your shadow still follows every city dawn. I laugh with my friends, I fake being alright, but your name still echoes every night.
maybe healing doesn't happen all at once.
Maybe hearts don't break clean when love is done. I'm learning how to breathe without your touch, but I still miss you more than I should.
I heard you're doing fine these days, somehow.
Found somebody new to hold you now.
And honestly, I hope he treats you well,
Even if it hurts like hell.
I keep your picture buried in a drawer,
Right beside the key to my old door.
Funny how the smallest things remain
Long after goodbye becomes a stain. I'm not where I was, but I'm not moving on. Your shadow still follows every city dawn. I laugh with my friends, I fake being alright, but your name still echoes every night.
Maybe healing doesn't happen all at once.
Maybe hearts don't break clean when love is done. I'm learning how to breathe without your touch, but I still miss you more than I should. One day I'll hear your name and it won't feel like thunder. One day these empty rooms won't pull me under. But tonight the silence hits too hard, and every memory leaves another scar. I'm not where I was, but I'm getting there slow. Trying to find myself in the afterglow. Some nights I'm strong enough to let you fade. Some nights I still replay the words you said.
Maybe love leaves marks we can't erase.
Maybe some people never lose their place.
Even if tomorrow finally
Feels good. I'll still remember you the way I should. The skyline fades into the morning light. Another lonely, almost healing night. And somewhere between the hurt and truth, I'm slowly finding me without you.
There were nights I felt the world collapsing while shaking underneath my feet. Every word they threw became a shadow, trying hard to bury me. I stopped recognizing my reflection in the mirror cracked by fear. But even at my weakest moment, a quiet voice kept saying, stay here. The city lights look distant through the window, rain falling heavy on the glass. I thought the storm would last forever, but somehow I outlasted that. 'Cause every time they tried to pull me under, I found another reason just to breathe. I'm still standing tall, even after all the nights I almost fell apart. Every scar became a ladder, laid it back into my heart. You can shake the ground beneath me, but you'll never take my soul. I've survived the darkest weather. Now I finally know there's power in the tears we never wanted, strength inside surviving pain. Sometimes healing doesn't look graceful, sometimes it looks like staying through the rain. I hear my heartbeat louder than the chaos now, like thunder underneath my skin. And every broken piece I carry help rebuild me again. The skyline glows silver after midnight, cars rushing underneath the blue. And for the first time in forever, I believe I'll make it through. I'm still standing Maybe strength is not pretending that nothing ever hurts. Maybe courage is continuing even when you feel unsure. The moon hangs high above the city tonight, cold light pouring through the haze. And somewhere between heartbreak and healing, I found my place. Yeah. I'm still standing tall. No more hiding from the light inside my chest. Every battle that once broke me only pushed me to my best. And even if tomorrow tries to shake me once again, I know now that I can survive whatever comes in the end. 'Cause I've walked through the darkest nights and still found reasons to believe there's a stronger soul inside me than fear could ever defeat. Morning sunlight breaking softly through the clouds, golden warmth across my face. And somewhere between the pain and the healing, I finally feel safe.
We used to drive with nowhere else to be, windows down through summer air. You knew the silence underneath my words before I even took them there. Now I hear you moved across the city line, different bars and different friends. Funny how a love that once felt permanent can vanish quietly in the end. I still remember every midnight conversation, every cigarette out in the cold. Back when we swore nothing in this whole world could turn our hearts this old. But somewhere between the fighting and the distance, we stopped listening the same way. Now we're strangers with our names, passing shadows in the rain, acting like we never held each other through the pain. You talk about me differently now, like I'm someone you outgrew, but it's strange becoming a memory to somebody who once knew you. I saw your picture glowing on somebody's phone. Your smile looked almost new, like the version of yourself you always wanted finally came true. And maybe I was harder to love than I knew. Maybe you were tired too. Maybe every broken thing between us was something neither one could undo. Still there are nights the city feels too quiet, and your voice slips through my head like unfinished songs still echoing softly long after the music ends. we made it through. Now we're strangers with our names, different stories, separate trains, still carrying fragments of each other through completely different days. And if we pass each other someday under neon city lights, I wonder if your heart will pause the same way mine still might. Because no matter how far we drift, or all the things we couldn't do, it's strange becoming a stranger to somebody who once knew you. Morning spills across the empty room again. Another quiet day begins anew. And somewhere underneath the sound of moving on, there's still a little trace of you. The windows down on a coastal road, salt air drifting through the car. Old cassette playing quietly low, while the sunset burns orange in the dark. You lean your head against the glass, watching power lines blur away. There's something easy about this moment, like nothing heavy can really stay. The ocean shines beside the highway, street lights waking one by one, and all the noise inside my head finally comes undone. Maybe life was always hiding here, inside these little afternoons. It feels like summer on repeat. Golden light and tired sneakers on the street. Every small thing somehow feels complete when you're next to me. The world keeps spinning way too fast, but somehow they still last, like faded photographs we never throw away. It feels real today. Backyard conversations after midnight rain, plastic chairs and cheap red wine. Everybody laughing over nothing, like we've somehow borrowed extra time. Your fingers tracing circles on my arm, while airplanes blink across the sky. For a second everything feels simple, no need to wonder why. The city waits somewhere beyond us, cold buildings wrapped in neon blue. But tonight the air feels softer every time I look at you. It feels like summer on repeat. Barefoot dancing slowly to the heat. Every passing second sounds like melody when you're close to me. The radio hums low and warm, like shelter from the storm, like every restless season finally slowing down. Whenever you're around. Maybe growing older doesn't mean losing every reckless part. Maybe some nights stay forever pressed inside your heart, like headlights stretching down the avenue, like moonlight spilling through the trees, like the quiet understanding that love can live in simple things. It feels like summer on repeat. Soft waves rolling underneath our feet. Every little memory sinks deep garden, wearing denim and a smile, like summer showing up after a while. The whole cafe started glowing gold, even the coffee tasted less cold. You laugh like windows open in the breeze, turning heavy hearts into melodies. And suddenly the city feels brand new. Every little light points back to you. I used to rush through every day. Now I just wanna stay. You make the whole world sweeter in the sunshine, like dancing barefoot underneath string lights. Every color's brighter when you're next to me, like waves crashing wild and beautifully. I don't need fireworks lighting up the sky. Your eyes already do that every night. Every little moment feels so right since you came into my life. Now we're driving down the coastline slow, singing every song we used to know. Windows down with salt air in our hair, laughing like we haven't got a care. You turn ordinary days into gold, even rainy afternoons don't feel cold. I never knew a heart could feel this free, like sunlight pouring endlessly through me. You make the whole world sweeter in the sunshine, like dancing barefoot underneath string lights. Every color's brighter when you're next to me, like waves crashing wild and beautifully. I don't need fireworks lighting up the sky. Your eyes already do that every night. Every little moment feels so right since you came into my life. Maybe love is simple after all, not perfect words or giant waterfall scenes. Maybe it's just somebody holding your hand while the world keeps spinning endlessly. And every little broken piece of me feels softer in your company. You make the whole world sweeter in the sunshine, like golden hour frozen in my mind. Every heartbeat dances differently, like a song carried by the summer breeze. I don't need a reason anymore. I just smile when you walk through the door. Every day feels brighter than before since you came into my world. Sweeter in the sunshine, brighter every night. The evening sky fades into watercolor blue, and somehow everything still leads to you, like the last one light before the night. You make ordinary life feel alive.
Hands up high with the bass line loud.
Neon dripping over every crowd.
Taxi lights blur like a movie scene. Everybody chasing something they can't keep.
Gold drinks shining underneath the lights.
High heels dancing through the after.
Midnight, we came here with nothing left to lose. Just one wild night to choose.
So don't stop now.
We're too close to the edge.
The stars
Look brighter when we forget our regrets. Tonight we own the city like kings. world might end.
Strangers turning into midnight friends.
Your lipstick marks still on my glass, like proof this moment's built to last.
Rooftop views and electric skies.
Everybody glowing in the ultraviolet.
We don't care what tomorrow brings.
Right now we've got everything. Tonight we own the city, like kings and queens of the afterglow. No sleep, no limits. We're young enough to let it all go. So pull me closer underneath the flashing lights. We don't need forever, we just need tonight. Hearts racing faster than the music in our veins. Tonight we own the city again.
Maybe the morning
We'll steal the magic away.
Maybe these lights will fade into gray.
But tonight feels bigger than ordinary life.
Like fireworks exploding inside.
One more dance, one more shot, one more memory we never forgot. Tonight we own the city. Every rooftop, every avenue glow. No fear, no shadows, just fire running through our souls. And when the sunrise paints the skyline gold, we'll still be legends in the stories told. Two wild hearts setting the dark aflame. Tonight we own the city again. Oh, louder than the thunder tonight, louder than the morning light. The music fades, but the feeling stays.
Like echoes drifting through the haze. And
Somewhere between the lights and smoke, we found a night that felt like hope.
you threw your words like thunder in the dark. Tried to shake the ground beneath my feet. Said I'd never rise above the damage. Said I'd always end in defeat. But every scar became another lesson. Every fall taught me how to stand. Now the fire burning in my chest is stronger than you ever planned. The city glows electric underneath me. Neon rivers in the rain. And every step I take tonight feels like freedom from the pain. You can try to tear me down, but I'm still breathing through the noise. 'Cause I'm unbreakable tonight. Burning brighter than the city lights. Every shot you fired only woke the strength inside. Now I'm rising high. You can push, you can pull, but you'll never steal my soul. I was built to survive the fire. I'm unbreakable tonight. I spent years hiding all my weaknesses. unbreakable tonight. Maybe strength is born from pressure. Maybe diamonds need the dark. Maybe everyone we survive turns into a spark. The moon hangs silver over crowded rooftops tonight. Bass shaking underneath the sky. And every heartbeat in this moment feels like coming back to life. Yeah, I'm unbreakable tonight. No more running from my light. Every battle made me fearless. Every scar became my guide. Now the whole world can hear me. I'm louder than the fear inside. Nothing's gonna stop this fire. I'm unbreakable tonight. And even when the night gets heavy, and even when the road gets rough, I keep dancing through the darkness, 'cause I know I'm strong enough. Morning sunlight rising through the fading haze, golden pouring through the blue. And somewhere between the ashes and the sunrise, I became brand new.
You walking wearing midnight on your skin, lipstick sharp as a loaded gun. Every word falls sweet with poison underneath, like trouble dressed up just for fun. The room bends sideways when you laugh too loud. Crystal glasses trembling in your hand. Everybody wants a piece of your chaos. Nobody knows where you stand. You touch my wrist like striking a match. Slow fire crawling through my veins. I should've known from the way you smiled that pleasure always leaves a stain. You pull me closer just to watch me break, like you love the sound a fragile heart can make. Oh, you look so beautiful, being cruel, dancing through the wreckage like it's nothing new. Every kiss cuts deeper than the last one do, and I still come running back to you like neon burning through a hotel room, like smoke curling under a silver moon. You make disaster feel impossible to refuse. God, you look so beautiful, being cruel. Taxi headlights lighting through the rain outside while we argue in the kitchen glow. You speak in riddles, cigarettes and half-truths, like honesty's a thing you'll never owe. The radio keeps screaming in the background, some broken anthem from another year. I try to leave, but your voice wraps around me, soft enough to keep me here. And every time I finally see you clearly, you kiss me like a loaded spell. Some people fall in love with heaven. I think I fell in love with hell. You look so beautiful, being cruel, turning every scar into a kind of jewel. Every night with you feels dangerous and new, and I still come running back to you like headlights racing down an empty street, like high heels echoing over concrete. You make destruction feel romantic in the blue. God, you look so beautiful, being cruel. Maybe I confuse pain for passion. Maybe I mistake chaos for truth. Maybe I just wanted something I forgot how to turn back. Oh, you look so beautiful, being cruel, standing there like nothing can touch you. Everyone shines brighter in your atmosphere, and somehow I still want you near, like thunder shaking through the summer heat, like broken mirrors underneath my feet. You leave your fingerprints on everything you ruin. God, you look so beautiful, being cruel. Morning spills pale gold across the floor, your perfume still hanging in the air. And I already know, if you call tonight, I'll be there. There's a picture of us fading on the dashboard now, edges worn from restless hands. I still drive the same old streets at night, trying hard to understand. The apartment echoes differently these days, like the walls remember you. Every little thing feels heavier somehow since the night you walked out too soon. I still hear your footsteps in the hallway, even when I'm here alone. Funny how goodbye can sound so quiet, yet shake everything you know. And I keep pretending I'm alright, but every sunset brings your memory back tonight. When the sky breaks open and the rain comes pouring down, I still reach beside me like you're somewhere around. Every storm reminds me how fast love can disappear, and every drop keeps falling like the words I didn't hear. Without you, every season turns cold. Without you, this house don't feel like home. Your coffee mug still waits beside the sink, like time forgot to move ahead. And your perfume lingers in the bedroom air, long after everything you said. I try to drown the silence with the radio, late night songs and city lights, but every melody turns into your voice somewhere in the middle of the night. People say the pain will fade eventually, like hearts are built to heal, but nobody talks about the lonely hours when the memories still feel real. When the sky breaks open, thunder rolls across the dark, I still carry pieces of you hidden underneath my heart. Every road I'm driving still leads somewhere back to us, and every falling shadow feels like another loss. Without you, every dream fades slow. Without you, I don't know where to go. Maybe love was never meant to last forever. Maybe some flames burn too bright, but I would still choose every broken moment just to hold you one more night. The city glows beneath the pouring rain, red lights bleeding through the blue, and somewhere between the lightning and the to you. When the sky breaks open and the whole world starts to shake, I'll still whisper your name softly with every breath I take. Even if tomorrow pulls us farther out of sight, a part of me will always stay with you inside the night. Without you, the stars don't shine the same. Without you, the rain still says your name. Morning slowly rises through the clouds again, cars moving quietly below. And somewhere underneath the sound of rain, I'm still learning how to let you go. I heard you moved out by the riverside, a little house with painted blue doors. They say you smile differently these days, like your heart's not heavy anymore. I passed the cafe where we used to sit. Your favorite song came on again. Funny how a melody can pull you back to places you thought had reached the end. There's still a sweater of yours in my closet I never found the nerve to throw away. And every winter when the air turns colder, I think about the words we couldn't say. Maybe some people are written into us even after the story fades. And I still find your shadow in the silence, still hear your laughter in the rain. Though the world keeps moving forward, a part of me remains. I hope your nights are softer now, I hope your dreams came true. But there's a quiet room inside my heart where your name still lives too. The city lights blur softly through the taxi glass as midnight settles on the streets. I wonder if you ever think about me when the evening can't let you sleep. We were young enough to call it forever, too fragile to survive the storm. Now all we have are faded conversations and photographs growing worn. I try to love somebody after you, but every road felt slightly wrong, like learning how to sing without a melody, or finishing half-written songs. And I still feel your memory beside me, like perfume hanging in the dark. Even after all this distance, you still leave your mark. I know that time changes everything. I know people have to choose. then forget you ever came. So if you ever think about the old days, know I still treasure them somehow. Every broken piece between us made me who I am now. I hope somebody holds you gently the way I once tried to do. And if you ever miss me for a moment, no, I still miss you too. The morning sun creeps slowly through the blinds. Another day begins without your touch. But somewhere between goodbye and memory, I still love you quietly. Streetlights melt across the dashboard glow. Your jacket's hanging by the bedroom door. The coffee cup you left a week ago still waits beside the records on the floor. I hear you laugh inside the kitchen sink. Somehow the silence learned your shape by now. The city moves too fast for me to think, but every crowded room still pulls me out. Maybe love is just a shadow crossing late at night. Maybe I just miss the way you made the dark feel light. Why do the windows stay open even when the cold moves in? Why does your name keep floating underneath my skin? I turn the music up louder, try to drown the memory out, but every little thing reminds me what we were about. The bookstore closes early in the rain. I walk the avenue with empty hands. 1,000 strangers rushing through the train while I replay the words I didn't plan. The photograph inside my wallet bends, the corner soft from being held too long. Funny how a heart can still pretend something unfinished hasn't gone wrong. Why do the windows stay open even when the cold moves in? Why does your voice keep calling somewhere deep within? I try to move like nothing happened, like I'm stronger than before, but every passing night keeps leading back to your door. And maybe you're fine now, maybe you sleep without turning around. Maybe your new life fits you better somehow, while I keep tracing circles through this town. The radio hums like a tired confession. Red lights blur into silver lines. I keep driving with no destination, just trying to outrun your goodbye. Why do the windows stay open like you're walking in again? Why does this room feel frozen every now and then? I know tomorrow keeps moving, I know healing takes its time. engines fading softly into blue. I whisper things I'll never send to you.
The first cold wind came early that December. Street lights glowing through the snow. Your scarf still hanging in the backseat of my car from nights we didn't wanna go home. We used to drive for hours through the city, hands wrapped tight around cheap coffee cups, talking about forever like it was simple, like love alone would be enough. But somewhere in between my fear and silence, I let your heart drift too far away. And now every winter night reminds me of the words I didn't say. If I could turn the headlights backward through the dark, I'd find you standing where we fell apart. I wanna go back to that winter before goodbye lived in your eyes, before I let the distance grow between us and covered us in ice. Now every snowfall feels like memory, every cold street leads to you, and I still replay that December, wishing I knew what losing you would do. I heard your name from somebody downtown, said you're smiling more these days, and part of me is happy that you found peace, even if it wasn't with me that you stayed. The apartment feels too quiet after midnight, moonlight stretching across the floor. Sometimes I swear I still hear your footsteps outside my bedroom door. Funny how regret arrives so softly, not all at once but over time. Tiny moments turning into storms you carry deep inside. I wanna go back to that winter, to every reckless midnight drive, when your fingers still reached out for mine and love still felt alive. Now every frozen window reflects the girl I used to be, someone who thought forever waited till forever chose to leave. Maybe some hearts don't realize their blessings till they're standing in the cold alone. Maybe losing someone honest teaches you what love was all along. The city glows silver underneath the snowfall tonight, cars fading into blue, and somewhere beneath this endless winter sky, I still miss you. I wanna go back to that winter and hold you closer through the dark, tell you every fear I buried before it broke our hearts. But time keeps moving like the rivers, no matter how hard we try. Still every December finds me searching for pieces of goodbye. And even if you never come back to me, even if our story's through, a part of me will always carry that winter spent with you. Morning slowly rises pale against the snow, another quiet day begins anew, and somewhere in the silence after winter, I still remember you.
You walk around like you've got all the answers, like every room should bend your way, throwing little comments over your shoulder, like you know exactly what I'll say. You love to tell me who I should become, what dreams are worth my time, but you don't see the battles I've been fighting behind this smile of mine. You think confidence means talking louder, like volume makes you wise, but I learned strength from surviving storms, not from hearing my own lies. So keep your perfect explanations, I'm done living by your rules tonight. You don't know me that well, not the fire underneath, not the nights I held myself together when the world pulled at my seams. You only see the surface, the version you designed, but I'm stronger than your assumptions and louder than your mind. I used to shrink myself to keep the peace, turn apologies into art. Every time you crossed another line, I blame my own heart. But something changed the night I saw myself reflected in the rearview lights. A woman tired of asking permission to finally choose her life. Now the city glows beneath my footsteps, like it's opening a brand new road, and every mile I leave behind me feels lighter than before. You don't know me that well, not the storms that made me brave, not the way I kept on standing when you thought that I would break. You can keep your empty judgments and your polished point of view. I stopped needing your approval the second I outgrew you. Maybe love was never supposed to feel this small. Maybe freedom starts the moment you stop fearing the fall. The moon hangs silver over downtown rooftops tonight, cars moving like rivers through the dark, and for the first time in forever, I can finally hear my own heart. You don't know me that well, not the woman I became through every scar and every heartbreak. I still carry my own name, and now I walk a little taller with every step I choose. Turns out losing your opinion was nothing left to lose. You don't know me that well, honestly that's fine, because I finally found myself on the other side. Morning sunlight pouring through the window glass, a quiet kind of peace inside my chest. And somewhere between goodbye and freedom, I became my best.
Streetlight shimmer on the wet pavement, midnight smoke hanging in the air. You pull your oversized sweater tighter while cold wind moves through your hair. The city sounds feel distant somehow, like we slipped outside of time. Your fingers brush against my knuckles, sending sparks beneath my skin tonight. We don't talk much when we're together. Silence feels softer than words.
voice across the darkness feels louder than anything heard. There's something dangerous in the quiet, something electric in your eyes. Like we both know this moment's temporary, but neither of us wants goodbye. So come a little closer slowly. Let the winter pull us near. Your cold hands wrapped inside mine make the whole world disappear. We don't need perfect conversations or promises carved in stone. Just your heartbeat in the darkness, making loneliness feel gone. Old cassette playing through the speakers, low bass vibrating through the room. Blue light dancing across the ceiling, like stars trapped inside the gloom. You smell like rain and faded perfume, like memories I haven't lived yet. And every second feels cinematic, like something I'll never forget. Outside the clouds keep rolling over, but in here everything stays still. Like maybe two broken people can somehow heal each other a little. So come a little closer slowly. Let the winter pull us near. Your cold hands wrapped inside mine make the whole world disappear. We don't need perfect conversations or promises carved in stone. Just your heartbeat in the darkness, making loneliness feel gone. Maybe we were both just searching for warmth inside another soul, trying to outrun empty feelings, trying to feel a little whole. And even if this fades tomorrow, even if morning changes things, tonight your quiet presence feels more real than anything. So stay a little longer with me while the city sleeps outside, while the moonlight paints silver shadows across your tired eyes. And if the morning steals this feeling, if reality comes too soon, I'll still remember how your sweater smelled like smoke in midnight bloom. Because some nights stay inside you long after they disappear. And this cold December moment feels like something worth keeping near. Neon lights fade through the window, soft rain falling past the glass. And somewhere in the freezing silence, we finally exhale at last. Your picture still hanging in the hallway, like time forgot to move ahead. Every morning starts the same way, coffee cold beside the bed. Friends all say that I look better, like surviving means I've healed. But they don't hear the silence echo in every empty space I feel. You moved on into brighter places, I'll never get to speak. Funny how two people leave a heartbreak, walking out with different scars. One keeps learning how to let go, one keeps counting shattered parts. You took the lighter side of leaving. I got the weight that stayed behind. You found peace in new beginnings while I'm still losing sleep at night. How can one heart keep on beating when the other half is gone? I'm standing in the middle, breaking, trying to remember how to move on. I still drive by all our old places, like somehow you'll reappear. Same red lights and crowded sidewalks, but nothing feels alive here. Your favorite song came on this morning. I almost reached to call your phone, then reality hit like cold rain, reminding me I'm here alone. Everybody says that time heals slowly, but time just taught me how to hide, how to smile through all the damage while everything collapses inside. You took the lighter side of leaving. I got the weight that stayed behind. You found peace in new beginnings while I'm still losing sleep at night. How can one heart keep on beating when the other half is gone? I'm standing in the middle, breaking, trying to remember how to move on. Maybe love was never balanced. Maybe someone always falls. One walks out into the sunlight, one keeps staring at the walls. And I hate how much I miss you, even after all this time. Like every part of me still waits for what I know I'll never find. You took the easier road to healing. I got the echoes of your name. You learned how to stop remembering. I still carry all the blame. How can one soul feel this empty when the world keeps spinning fast? I'm caught somewhere between forever and the shadow of our past. But maybe someday all this heartbreak won't feel so sharp beneath my skin. Maybe someday I'll stop searching for pieces of us again. Streetlights fading through the window. Another sleepless night begins, and somewhere out there you're still living while I'm learning how to mend. The city glows beyond the curtains, but this room feels colder now. Your side of the bed stays empty, and I still don't know how to fall asleep without your heartbeat, without your fingers tracing mine. Funny how a single absence can undo a whole life. I keep replaying old conversations, searching for where we lost our way, but memories only grow louder when somebody walks away. And every lonely hour reminds me how deeply love can leave its mark, because even in crowded places I still reach for you in the dark. So hold me through the night again, even if it's only in my dreams. Let me feel your warmth beside me, like nothing changed between for hoping when I know you won't stay. Friends say healing comes with distance, but distance only sharpens pain. Because losing someone slowly feels like standing in the rain. Still I carry all the little moments, your laugh, your voice, the way you smiled. And every piece I try forgetting only stays a little while longer inside. So hold me through the night again, even if it's only in my dreams. Let me feel your warmth beside me, like nothing changed between us. I know forever slipped away now, I know time keeps moving on, but part of me still breaks in silence every time the morning comes. Maybe love doesn't disappear just because two people part. Maybe some connections stay alive, hidden underneath the scars. And maybe one day I'll stop waiting, stop hearing echoes of your name. But tonight the emptiness feels heavier than all the words we never said. So hold me through the night one last time before the memory starts to fade, before this aching heart finally learns how to survive the space you made. And it's somewhere you still think of me when the city lights burn low. I hope you know a part of my soul still refuses to let go. Because loving you changed something in me, something time can't take away. And even after all this silence, your shadow still remains. Morning light spills softly through the window, dust floating in pale gold. And once again I wake up reaching for someone I can no longer hold.
The walls feel closer every evening, like the room is slowly caving in. I keep trying to stay collected, but I'm so tired of pretending again. Everybody thinks I'm stronger than I actually feel inside, because I learned how to wear composure like armor I could hide behind. But lately even breathing feels heavier, like carrying stones inside my chest. And all the noise inside my head won't let my restless heart rest. I don't need perfect answers, I don't need somebody to fix me. I just need someone beside me when the ground beneath gets shaky. So hold me while I'm shaking, while my world comes undone tonight. When my thoughts turn into chaos and I can't tell wrong from right. I know I look steady from a distance, but I'm barely standing now. So don't let go when I start breaking, just stay somehow. I feel so small, like I disappeared inside my fears. Every memory grows louder when the silence finally appears. I keep replaying old mistakes like they define the life I've lived. And sometimes I become my own worst enemy, unable to forgive. But you sit beside me quietly without trying to force the pain away. And somehow your simple presence makes it easier to stay. So hold me while I'm shaking, while my world comes undone tonight. When my thoughts turn into chaos and I
how. Maybe strength is not pretending. Maybe courage means being seen, not polished, fearless, or perfect, just painfully human underneath. And maybe healing doesn't happen in one dramatic burst of light. Maybe it begins the moment someone stays through the hardest nights. So hold me while I'm shaking, when the fear crawls through my veins, when I feel too lost to find myself, and too exhausted to explain. Even if I fall apart completely, even if the darkness crowds my mind, your steady hands remind me softly I'm not alone this time. And maybe someday I'll look backward at these nights I barely survived, and realize the reason I kept breathing was because somebody stayed beside me alive. Morning light spills through the curtains, soft gold across the floor. And for a moment my heartbeat doesn't feel at war anymore. You walked in carrying old heartbreak, like luggage too heavy to put down. Eyes tired from fighting battles nobody else ever found out about. You keep saying you're fine when you're falling, like weakness is something to hide. But I can hear exhaustion in your silence, even when you smile through the night. And maybe I can't fix your history, can't erase every scar you wear, but if you let somebody stay this time, I swear I'll meet you there. You don't always have to be the strong one, you don't always have to carry pain alone. Sometimes healing starts the moment you finally let somebody close. So let me hold the weight with you tonight, when your world feels too heavy to survive, when your thoughts turn dark and restless, and you're barely getting by. I'll stay when the room grows quiet, when everybody else disappears, because loving someone honestly means staying through the hardest years. Late night drives through empty streets, your head resting softly by the window. The city lights reflecting in your tears, like things you never let show. You told me trust feels dangerous, like giving someone power to leave. But lonely hearts become exhausted, trying to survive without relief. And maybe we've both been damaged, maybe we've both lost too much before. Still there's something about your fragile honesty that makes me wanna stay more. So let me hold the weight with you tonight, when your world feels too heavy to survive, when your thoughts turn dark and restless, and you're barely getting by. I'll stay when the room grows quiet, when everybody else disappears, because loving someone honestly means staying through the hardest years. Maybe love is isn't dramatic speeches or promises carved into stone. Maybe it's sitting beside somebody until they don't feel alone. And maybe broken people heal slowly, one small moment at a time, learning not every person who loves them will eventually say goodbye. So let me hold the weight with you forever, or at least as long as we can try. Through every fear and sleepless morning, through every low and every high. And even if the world gets colder, even if life tears us apart, you'll always have a place beside me, somewhere safe inside my heart. Because people don't always need saving, sometimes they just need somebody near to remind them through all the darkness that their existence matters here. Morning light spills through the windshield, quiet gold across your face, and for the first time in a long while, you finally look safe. You show up looking like a movie, walking in like you still own the room. Everybody turns to watch you, laughing like you know exactly what you do. You say my name a little softer, leaning close just to pull away, playing games with mixed up signals, like you love keeping me awake. And every time I start moving forward, you somehow pull me back again, with late night texting, careless flirting, like we never really reached the end. You don't want my heart forever, you don't wanna make things right, you just hate the thought of somebody else finally treating me right. You just want my attention, want me looking your way tonight, want to know I still remember every little thing you like. But you don't wanna love me honestly, don't wanna stay when things get real. You just want the satisfaction of knowing I still feel. I saw your picture with somebody new, still somehow calling me at 2 a.m., talking like you miss our old connection, while holding on to someone else instead. And maybe I was blind before this, maybe I confused chaos with love, 'cause every time I needed clarity, you disappeared when things got tough. Now I'm finally seeing through it, the pattern underneath your charm. You only reach when you feel lonely, not because you want my heart. You just want my attention, want me looking your way tonight, want to know I still pauses. Every time I hear your name, but I'm tired of being somebody you keep pulling in and out, like my emotions are temporary. Whenever your world falls down, so keep your half-hearted apologies, keep your midnight sympathy. I deserve someone who chooses me fully, not only when it's convenient to see, because love shouldn't feel like guessing or chasing after fading signs. And I'm finally learning slowly, peace is worth more than your mind games. Tonight you can keep searching for attention, but I won't keep losing myself, trying to prove I'm worth loving to somebody unsure of what they felt. City lights blur past the window, your name fades into the dark, and for the first time in forever, I finally protect my heart. I saw the distance in your eyes long before you said a word. The way your hand stopped reaching for me told me everything I feared. We used to stay awake till sunrise, talking like the world was ours. Now every conversation feels fragile, like glass breaking in the dark. And maybe I should feel surprised, maybe I should beg you to stay, but heartbreak has become familiar. I know exactly how this plays. Every time I let somebody close, they slowly drift away from me. So now I build my walls much faster before they get the chance to leave. I'm getting used to walking out first before the damage cuts too deep, learning how to hide my feelings before they swallow me, because loving someone fully always leaves a scar somehow, and every goodbye gets easier the more you let me down. You say I've changed, become colder, like I'm hard and out of reach, but you don't know how many pieces I've lost trying to keep peace. There's only so much pain a heart can carry before it learns to shut things down. So now I keep one foot beside the exit every time love comes around. I hate the way I still want closeness, even while I push it away. Like part of me still hopes somebody will finally choose to stay. I'm getting used to walking out first before the damage cuts too deep, learning how to hide my feelings before they swallow me, because loving someone fully always leaves a scar somehow, and every goodbye gets easier the more you let me down. Maybe I became defensive, maybe pain changed who I am, but nobody talks about the way repeated heartbreak hardens hands. I still remember who I was before, open-hearted, reckless, free, before I learned that giving everything could leave nothing left of me. So now I leave before the silence turns into another war, before I watch another person become a stranger once more. And maybe someday I'll stop running, maybe someday past the window, your footsteps disappear outside, and once again I'm left alone with the echo of goodbye.
I spent years speaking in whispers, afraid my truth would be too loud, learning how to stay invisible in the middle of the crowd. Every dream I tried to carry got buried underneath my fear, because the world can feel unforgiving when nobody wants to hear. So I smile through all the silence, play the role they gave to me, but deep inside my chest a louder voice kept fighting to breathe. And maybe I've been hiding too long, waiting for permission to exist, but silence never changed a thing, and fear was never worth it. So let my voice be heard tonight, even if my hands still shake, even if the truth comes broken, even if my whole heart breaks. I'm done pretending I'm okay, done shrinking just to fit their eyes. 'Cause every soul deserves a moment to finally speak their life. There are people carrying heavy stories behind carefully guarded smiles, walking through the world unnoticed, hiding pain all the while. And maybe if we spoke more honestly, if we stopped pretending to be strong, we would realize how many others have felt this lost all along. I don't want another perfect image, another polished empty lie. I want voices raw and human, unashamed to testify. So let my voice be heard tonight, even if my hands still shake, even if the truth comes broken, even if my whole heart breaks. I'm done pretending I'm okay, done shrinking just to fit their eyes. 'Cause every soul deserves a moment to finally speak their life. Maybe words can heal the lonely, maybe honesty can save, maybe one confession spoken aloud can help another person stay. And if my story sounds imperfect, if my scars still clearly show, at least they prove I kept surviving through everything I had to know. So let my voice be heard tonight, louder than the fear inside, louder than the years of silence, louder than the shame I hide. I won't apologize for feeling, for every tear I couldn't hide, because surviving all this darkness means I earned the right to rise. And somewhere out there, someone listening might finally feel less alone, just because another broken heart dared to let itself be known. Morning light spills through the window, soft gold warming tired eyes. And for the first time in forever, I don't regret my voice tonight. Bills piled high upon the counter, late rent notices by the door. You're laughing while the power flickers, like somehow we've survived before.
Your shoes are worn from endless working. My hands ache from overtime. Still we find ourselves at midnight, sharing cheap red wine. The world keeps asking for perfection, while we're barely staying afloat. But every time I hear you laughing, it reminds me why I hold on. Maybe we don't have much right now, no fancy dreams or polished lives, but in this tiny apartment, something honest still survives. So let's dance like we used to, in the middle of the kitchen floor. Turn the music up a little louder. Forget what we are fighting for. For one small night, let's stop pretending that we've got everything figured out. We were happier with less between us, before the world filled us with doubt. Friends moved on to bigger cities, new careers and brighter names, while we stayed chasing small paychecks, trying hard not to break. Sometimes I see the worry in your eyes when another bill arrives, but then you reach across the sides and suddenly I feel alive. Maybe growing older means learning life won't always go as planned, but I would still choose this chaos if it means I get your hand. So let's dance like we used to, in the middle of the kitchen floor. Turn the music up a little louder. Forget what we are fighting for. For one small night, let's stop pretending that we've got everything figured out. We were happier with less between us, before the world filled us with doubt. Maybe success is in a number, or a house up on a hill. Maybe love is waking up exhausted and choosing each other still. Through the unpaid debts and heartbreak, through the nights we almost cracked, we keep finding little reasons to keep pulling each other back. So let's dance like we used to, while the city sleeps outside, while tomorrow waits impatiently for another endless fight. Because one day we'll look back laughing at the mess we barely survived, and realize the best moments were the ones when we felt alive. Not rich enough for golden futures, not perfect enough for the world, but rich enough to keep on loving in this tiny broken world. Morning light creeps through the curtains, coffee brewing soft and slow, and somehow with you beside me, I already have enough. You wear confidence like leather jackets, cold eyes hidden underneath the smoke. Everybody thinks you're fearless, but I can tell where the damage broke. Late night calls when you get lonely, then disappearing without a sound. You pull me close just last long enough before your walls come crashing down. I learned your silence has a language, one built from old unfinished pain. And every time I try to hold you, you slip like water through my veins. Maybe we were both just searching for someone to rewrite the past. But broken patterns don't disappear just because two hearts collapse fast. You love like a loaded gun, dangerous and beautiful. Pull me close, then push away like affection feels impossible. And I keep trying to save us, even while we slowly burn, because damaged hearts still crave love. Even when they're scared it'll hurt. Your apartment smells like old cologne, half-empty bottles on the sink, blue neon lights across the ceiling, while neither of us wants to think. You joke about abandonment softly, like turning pain into something cool, but I see the younger version of you still bleeding underneath the attitude. And maybe I should walk away now before this turns into another scar. But there's something tragic in your sadness that keeps pulling at my heart. You love like a loaded gun, dangerous and beautiful. Pull me close, then push away like affection feels impossible. And I keep trying to save us, even while we slowly burn, because damaged hearts still crave love. Even when they're scared it'll hurt. Maybe we mistake intensity for healing. Maybe chaos feels too familiar when softness was never something either of us learned to trust earlier. And I wish I could untangle every fear beneath your skin, but some battles started long before me, and I can't erase where you've been. Still you love like a loaded gun, wild hand shaking in the dark, trying to protect your fragile soul while accidentally breaking hearts. And maybe someday you'll discover love doesn't always disappear. Maybe someone can stay beside you without confirming all your fears. But tonight we're just two shadows dancing slowly through the wreckage, trying to turn our loneliness into something that resembles affection. Rain slides softly down the windows, city glowing cold below, and somewhere underneath the silence, two broken people still hold on. They told you dreams were only stories for the lucky ones born ahead. Said the world keeps turning faster and leaves behind the weak instead. But every scar across your body, every sleepless night you fought, built a strength inside your heartbeat that nobody else was taught. You kept running through the pressure even when the road turned black, because deep inside you knew there was no turning back. Every failure carved a lesson, every setback made you stronger. You were never built to fade away, you were built to last longer. You were made of fire, made to rise above the fear. Even when the sky keeps falling, you keep standing here. You can break the silence, you can outrun every doubt. The world may try to stop you, but your soul won't burn out. One day they'll remember every battle that you faced. Not because you never but because you kept your faith. Long nights chasing something bigger, empty pockets, restless dreams, watching everybody else move forward while you questioned everything. Still you carried all your burdens without letting hope collapse, because somewhere in your spirit there was light beneath the cracks. Now the voices that once doubted sound quieter than before, and the fear that used to own you doesn't shake you anymore. You were made of fire, made to rise above the fear. Even when the sky keeps falling, you keep standing here. You can break the silence, you can outrun every doubt. The world may try to stop you, but your soul won't burn out. One day they'll remember, every battle that you face. Not because you never stumbled, but because you kept your faith. Maybe greatness isn't glory, maybe it's surviving pain. Maybe courage means continuing when nothing feels the same. And every person standing broken needs to hear these words tonight. You were stronger than your darkest hour, you were born to fight. You were made of fire, made to carry all your scars, made to keep believing even when life gets hard. You can change your story, you can rise beyond the past. Every wound becomes a reason to keep pushing back. One day when you look behind you at the road that you survived, you will see the strongest version of yourself finally alive. Not because the world was easy, not because you never fell, but because you kept on rising every time life dragged you through hell. Morning sunlight through the darkness, new beginnings in your eyes, and the person staring in the mirror finally realizes why. Another late night riding through the city, street lights flicker like a broken dream. Everybody chasing bigger numbers, trying to become somebody on a screen. Bills stack high beside the television, people trading time for shiny things. But somewhere underneath the noise and pressure, I forgot what freedom really means. I was running circles for approval, trying hard to keep up with the race, till I looked around one quiet evening and barely recognized my face. Maybe we were never born to spend our whole lives chasing shadows. Maybe there's a different kind of rich nobody talks about anymore. So tonight I'm letting go of all the pressure, all the things they told me I should be. I don't need a skyline made of diamonds to finally feel alive and free. Maybe love is worth more than money, maybe peace is worth more than fame, and maybe all the things we keep pursuing can never fill the empty space. I saw a man singing on the subway, like the whole world fit inside his song. No expensive suit, a perfect future, still somehow he carried hope along. And I thought about the years I wasted trying to impress people I don't know, while the moments that actually mattered were the ones moving way too slow, like laughing in a tiny chasing illusions, thinking happiness waits ahead. But sometimes everything we're searching for already lives inside our chest. And every scar, every failure, every road that led nowhere still taught us how to keep believing, even when life felt unfair. So tonight I'm choosing something different, choosing moments over shiny things, choosing honest conversations over all the noise success can bring. I don't need to own the whole world, just a life that actually feels true. A few real hearts beside me in the skies I can still see through. Maybe someday when I'm older, looking back on all these years, I won't remember what I purchased, only who I held near. City lights fade into morning, cars move slowly down below, and for the first time in forever, I finally feel at home.
Blue cherry soda on the dashboard light, your leather boots tapping to the midnight, Hollywood signs glowing through the haze. We were young enough to waste our days. Cheap motel curtains and a silver ring, old cassette radio softly trembling. You played old records while the city slept, and laughed at all the promises we kept. Your fingertips smell like smoke and rain, sweet little chaos running through my veins. Every slow kiss tasted dangerous, like loving you was never meant for us. And I don't care if the world burns down, as long as you still come around. Pull me close under neon skies and make forever out of one night. We were dancing through the static, through the glow of boulevard lights, a shadow moving like a movie across my restless heart tonight. Nothing gold was built to last forever, still we held on like runaway stars, driving nowhere through California with all our beautiful scars. Velvet lipstick stains on coffee cups, tiny heartbreaks slowly catching up. You said my name like a fading song, soft enough to make me come undone. Summer heat sleeping on your skin, cigarette ash falling in the wind. We built a world from broken dreams and called it love in between the scenes. I still remember that motel pool, your crooked grin making me a fool. Every lonely thing inside my chest finally learned what it meant to rest. We were dancing through the static, through the glow of boulevard lights, your shadow moving like a movie across my restless heart tonight. Nothing gold was built to last forever, still we held on like runaway stars, driving nowhere through California with all our beautiful scars. Maybe we were too cinematic, too much longing, too dramatic, but your voice still lives inside my head like a prayer I never said. And even now when the city sleeps, I hear your heartbeat underneath the silence of these empty rooms, still carrying traces of your perfume. We were dancing through the static while the whole world passed us by, young enough to call it magic, old enough to know goodbye. If love was only temporary, why does it still leave marks this deep? Every neon light reminds me of the promises we couldn't keep. Still I see you in the rear view like a dream fading into dark. One last slow song on the highway, one last fire inside my heart. Streetlights flicker in the distance, radio humming soft and low. can't let go.
Pink motel signs flicker in the heat, barefoot dancing on the empty street. Your denim jacket hanging from my shoulders. Summer nights made us feel much older. Cherry lipstick melting in the sun. We kept driving long after midnight was gone. Windows down, radio turned low, trying not to think about tomorrow. Your hands resting lightly on the wheel, like every broken thing could somehow heal. But deep inside I felt the ending near, hidden underneath the atmosphere. The ocean breeze was bittersweet, like goodbye wrapped in golden dreams. And every laugh we gave away felt like something bound to fade. We were burning like California fire, while hearts glowing in the dark, holding on to temporary moments, like they never fall apart. Palm trees swaying through the sadness, neon tears under summer skies. You kissed me like forever lasted, even while we said goodbye. White smoke circles floating through the blue, every little thing reminded me of you. Cheap champagne beside the swimming pool, trying hard to play it cool. The city lights reflected in your eyes, like broken stars scattered through the night. You told me nothing beautiful can stay, still I begged the moon to make you stay. Long drives under fading boulevard signs, tracing old scars with trembling hands of mine. Every second felt too good, too fast, like we already knew it wouldn't last. We were burning like California fire, wild hearts glowing in the dark, holding on to temporary moments, like they never fall apart. Palm trees swaying through the sadness, neon tears under summer skies. You kissed me like forever lasted, even while we said goodbye. Now the air feels colder in this town, even with the sun still pouring down. Your ghost moves softly through my room, like perfume fading in the afternoon. And every song we used to play still sounds like love slipping away. Maybe some hearts were made to break, just to know what beauty tastes like. We were burning like abandoned headlights on an endless coastal road. Two lost souls chasing forever with nowhere left to go. Palm trees crying in the distance, while the waves erased our names. Summer love turned into silence, but my heart stayed just the same. Even now I hear your laughter floating underneath the night, like a dream I can't escape from, like the last glimpse of fading light. Soft wind moving through the curtains, one last cigarette burns slow. Your shadow lingers in the moonlight, like somewhere I still wanna go. I spent too many nights afraid of failing, too many mornings scared to even try. Watching life rush past the window while I kept asking myself why. But every scar became a lesson, every heartbreak shaped my skin, and every road that nearly broke me still taught me how to begin again. I don't want a perfect story, I just want something real enough to feel. A life with bruises, love and laughter, a life that proves I healed. Because someday all the noise will fade and all the lights will disappear. I just hope when I look backwards I can say I truly lived here. I wanna dance under the streetlights, cry hard when my heart breaks too, fall apart and rise up stronger, chase dreams nobody else believed could come true. I wanna love without pretending, speak honestly even when it hurts, and when the final page is turning, know my life was more than words. There were moments I felt hopeless, like the weight was too much to survive. But somehow through the darkest seasons, a stubborn part of me stayed alive. Friends disappeared, plans kept changing, nothing turned out quite like I planned. Still I learned there's beauty hidden inside the things we don't understand. And maybe all the wrong directions led me exactly where I'm meant to stand. Because now I finally see it, life was never meant to be perfect, only lived fully while we can. I wanna dance under the streetlights, cry hard when my heart breaks too, fall apart and rise up stronger, chase dreams nobody else believed could come true. I wanna love without pretending, speak honestly even when it hurts, and when the final page is turning, know my life was more than words. One day the years will pass behind me like headlights fading in the rain, and all the fears that once controlled me won't hold power anymore again. So I'll take every chance that scares me, every risk that makes me grow. Because being truly alive means having something real to show. I wanna stand beneath the sunrise, knowing I gave my whole heart away. Even through the pain and failures, I refuse to waste my days. I wanna leave behind a memory, not of perfection, not of fame, but of someone who kept on fighting, even when life burst into flames. And when the world grows quiet around me, when the final curtain falls, I hope somebody says with honesty that I truly lived through it all. Morning light spills through the curtains, another chance begins somehow. And for the first time in forever, I'm not afraid of life now. Another crowded train at 7, same gray buildings passing by. Everybody moving forward while I keep asking myself why I used to think I had direction, some clear vision of who I'd become. Now the years blur together quietly, and I don't know what I'm running from. There's a younger version of me somewhere, still believing anything could change. I see him sometimes in reflections and barely recognize his face. How did life start moving faster while my heart stayed in the same place? Every dream feels farther now the more I try to chase. Sometimes I stop in the middle of the city, watching strangers pass me by, wonder when I started living on the edge of my own life. I keep running in circles, trying hard not to disappear, but the louder the world keeps screaming, the harder it becomes to hear who I was before the pressure, before the fear became routine. Sometimes I stop and stare around me and wonder what this all means. Old friends post perfect photographs now, new homes, weddings, brighter days. While I'm sitting in this tiny apartment, trying to untangle my mistakes. And maybe everybody's faking confidence, maybe no one really knows the way. But some nights the silence grows so heavy, it feels impossible to escape. Still there's something stubborn in my heartbeat, refusing to completely break apart. Like even after all this confusion, hope still survives somewhere in the dark. Sometimes I stop in the middle of the city, watching strangers pass me by, wondering when I started living on the edge of my own life. I keep running in circles, trying hard not to disappear, but the louder the world keeps screaming, the harder it becomes to hear who I was before the pressure, before the fear became routine. Sometimes I stop and stare around me and wonder what this all means. Maybe we were never meant to have everything figured out. Maybe growing older means learning how to live with doubt. And maybe all these wrong directions still lead somewhere worth finding, because even lost hearts keep moving as long as they keep trying. So tonight I'll stop pretending that I'm not afraid sometimes. Stop pretending I'm not searching for something bigger in this life. I may still feel stuck between the person I was and who I'll be, but at least I'm still standing here, still fighting to believe. And maybe one day I'll look backward at all these restless aching years and realize every moment lost was leading me right here. Street lights glow beneath the midnight, cold wind moving through the air, and for a second everything slows down, enough for me to breathe again.
Everybody loves the version of me that laughs a little too loud, the one who keeps the room together when everything's falling down. I learned early how to entertain them, how to hide tears behind a joke, because people love your brightness as long as they never see you broke. So I painted over every heartbreak, turned my sadness into charm, while secretly hoping somebody would notice something's wrong. But applause can feel so empty when nobody knows the truth, and the loneliest kind of silence is smiling while you're bruised. I'm tired of dancing for acceptance, tired of hiding what I feel, tired of pretending I'm unbreakable just to make everyone else comfortable. Because underneath the laughter there's a soul aching to breathe, and maybe if I stop performing, someone might finally see me. Late night staring at the mirror, mascara fading underneath my eyes, wondering when I became somebody who survives through disguise. Every compliment sounds distant now, like echoes bouncing off the walls, because validation means nothing when you don't recognize yourself at all. Or maybe I created this illusion, maybe I taught them what to see, but somewhere underneath the acting there's still a quieter version of me. I'm tired of dancing for acceptance, tired of hiding what I feel, tired of pretending I'm unbreakable just to make everyone else comfortable. Because underneath the laughter there's a soul aching to breathe, and maybe if I stop performing, someone might finally see me. Maybe vulnerability is courage, maybe honesty is strength, maybe people don't need perfection to decide somebody's worth staying for anyway. And if I fall apart in public, if my voice shakes when I speak, at least the person standing there will finally be the real me. So no more smiling through the damage, no more hiding behind the noise, no more shrinking all my sadness to become somebody else's choice. I will let the truth exist now, even if it scares me deep inside, because carrying all this pretending feels heavier than my pride. And if the world sees all my fractures, all the fears beneath my skin, maybe they'll finally understand how hard it's been to keep pretending. Morning light fills up the mirror, no stage lights, no disguise, just a tired soul learning slowly how to finally live honestly. I heard your name across the room tonight, and suddenly the air turned cold. You were laughing like the world was easy while I stood there losing hold. There's somebody new beside you now, tracing circles on your hand, and I hate the way it breaks me watching someone else understand. The smile you used to save for me now belongs to someone new, and every little thing
comfort instead of distance. Grow in between. Now I replay old conversations, searching for where things went wrong. Maybe love doesn't disappear instantly. Maybe it lingers far too long. Everybody says that time heals, but time just taught me how to hide, how to smile through all the damage while carrying you inside. Maybe I'm jealous of the mornings that somebody else wakes up beside. Jealous of the way you look at them with the softness once in your eyes. And I know I shouldn't miss you after all we've been through now, but part of me still aches inside, knowing someone else holds you now. I don't wanna own your future. I don't wanna pull you back. I just hate how love can vanish while the memory's still attached. And maybe you're finally happier. Maybe they give you what I couldn't give, but it hurts to know the life I pictured is a life I'll never live. So I'll be jealous of the laughter echoing from your new home. Jealous of the quiet moments when you no longer feel alone. And even if I slowly heal someday, even if the pain fades out somehow, there'll always be a part of me that remembers us somehow. Because loving you changed something deep beneath my skin and soul. And seeing someone else beside you makes me realize I never fully let go. City lights pour through the window. Another sleepless night begins. And somewhere out there you are smiling while I'm learning how to mend. Cold evening rain against the window pane. Streetlights trembling softly in the haze. You sat beside me, wrapped in tired silence, like the whole world had drifted far away. Half-finished coffee on the kitchen table, your weary eyes avoiding all the news. And somehow in that quiet little moment, I realized there was nothing left to prove. No grand explosions, dramatic endings, just two hearts learning how to breathe. Inside the stillness of an ordinary night, you felt like everything to me. So let the city keep on moving, let the chaos blur outside. For one small second in your arms, I finally stopped running from life. Stay here a while beside me. We don't have to say a word. Let the silence tell the story better than we ever could. If the whole world keeps on spinning, if tomorrow comes too fast, I just want this fleeting moment to feel endless while it lasts. Morning trains and crowded conversations, people chasing things they'll never keep. But your hand resting lightly against mine still feels like the safest place to be. The television glows across the room, perfect little detail feels like something time can't erase. We don't need fireworks or promises, no perfect future carved in stone, because somehow your quiet presence makes this broken world feel like home. Stay here a while beside me. We don't have to say a word. Let the silence tell the story better than we ever could. If the whole world keeps on spinning, if tomorrow comes too fast, I just want this fleeting moment to feel endless while it lasts. Maybe love was never meant to be loud enough for strangers. Maybe real devotion lies inside the smallest gestures, like the way you pull me closer when the night grows cold and dark, or how your voice can calm the storms inside my restless heart. Stay here a while beside me until the morning fills the sky, until the city wakes around us and another day arrives. Even when the years grow heavier, even when our youth has passed, I will still remember clearly how your heartbeat slowed my past. And if one day we lose everything, every dream we tried to chase, I will still be grateful that I knew your gentle grace. Rain keeps falling in the distance, softly fading with the dawn, but your warmth still lingers near me long after the night is gone. Your name still echoes through the hallway like a song I try to leave behind. Every word we threw in anger still circles through my mind. I gave you every honest piece of me, every fragile hope I had, but love became a battlefield, and we forgot what we once had. Now your messages arrive at midnight, filled with promises and regret, but apologies sound different when they come too late to mend. You only reach for me in silence when the loneliness gets loud, but broken trust is hard to rebuild once it all comes crashing down. It's too late to turn around now, too late to rewrite what we became. You can say you never meant it, but the scars still know your name. I kept holding on to hope while you kept letting go of us. Now the distance between our hearts feels bigger than our love ever was. I remember driving through the city, trying not to cry beside you. You stared out the window quietly, like you already knew. And maybe we both made mistakes, maybe neither side was clean, but I was fighting for forever while you were halfway leaving me. Now I see your shadow everywhere, in every crowded avenue. starts rebuilding the parts you couldn't mend. And even though I still remember the way your hand once fit in mine, I know some doors close forever, even when goodbye feels wrong inside. Maybe someday we'll forgive this. Maybe someday pain will fade. But tonight the truth feels heavier than all the words we never said. Rain keeps falling past the window. City lights blur into gold. And somewhere in the quiet distance, we finally let each other go. You walk into every room like thunder. Perfect smile painted carefully on. Everybody sees the polished version, but I can tell something's wrong. Your eyes hold storms you never mention. Quiet wars hidden deep inside. And every joke you throw like armor feels like another place to hide. I know you're tired of pretending, tired of carrying all the weight. Like if people saw the real you, they would slowly walk away. But broken doesn't mean unworthy. Scars don't make a soul less bright. Sometimes the strongest kind of beauty comes from surviving darkest nights. So let me see underneath the armor, underneath the walls you built so high. You don't have to hide your sadness. You don't always have to shine. I don't need perfection from you. I just want the truth you keep inside. Because the heart beneath your silence is already beautiful to me tonight. Maybe somewhere along the way you learned love had conditions attached. So now you carry all your feelings like secrets hidden in the cracks. But I've seen the way your hands tremble when the room gets quiet enough, and how your voice changes slightly whenever life becomes too much. You don't have to keep performing, you don't have to earn your place. Some people stay not for perfection, but for honesty and grace. So let me see underneath the armor, underneath the walls you built so high. You don't have to hide your sadness. You don't always have to shine. I don't need perfection from you. I just want the truth you keep inside. Because the heart beneath your silence is already beautiful to me tonight. Maybe we all wear disguises, trying hard not to break apart. But love begins the moment someone sees beyond the scars. And if your world collapses someday, if the lights all disappear, I'll still be standing in the darkness, just reminding you I'm here. So let me see underneath the armor every fear you try to hide, every sleepless night you carried, every tear you kept inside. You don't have to fight alone now. You don't have to prove your worth, because the soul beneath your sadness still deserves to be heard. And even if you're feeling And for the first time in forever, you let somebody see the truth. I learned how to smile in crowded places, laugh on cue when people look my way. Built a version of myself for strangers, while the real one slowly faded away. Every conversation felt rehearsed, every compliment became a disguise, because the truth gets harder to explain when you've hidden it your whole life. Late night staring at the ceiling, wondering who I'm supposed to be, trying to keep all the pieces together before they fall in front of me. We spend so much time pretending that we forget what honesty feels like, but silence grows heavier every day when you keep everything inside. So tonight, I'm dropping all the masks now, letting every hidden scar show through. I'm tired of acting like I'm fearless when I'm barely making it through. Maybe honesty is messy, maybe truth can hurt sometimes, but I would rather break wide open than keep living behind lies. There were days I almost disappeared, lost beneath expectations and doubt, trying to become what everyone wanted, while shutting my real heartbeat out. And every time somebody asked if I was okay, I said fine without thinking twice. Funny how the easiest word to say can hide the deepest kind of fight. Now I'm standing in the ruins of every wall I built too high, and somehow the air feels lighter now I've stopped trying to hide. So tonight, I'm dropping all the masks now, letting every hidden scar show through. I'm tired of acting like I'm fearless when I'm barely making it through. Maybe honesty is messy, maybe truth can hurt sometimes, but I would rather break wide open than keep living behind lies. Maybe strength was never perfection, maybe courage means being seen, not polished, not untouchable, just painfully human underneath. Because everybody carries secrets, everybody hides some kind of pain, and maybe healing starts the moment we stop running away. So tonight, I'm standing here uncovered, with all my flaws out in the light. No more pretending I'm unbreakable, no more hiding from my life. If my voice shakes while I'm speaking, if my hands can't hold steady now, at least these words are finally honest. At least they all belong to me somehow, and maybe someone else out there feels the same beneath their skin. Maybe truth can pull us closer instead of tearing us apart again. Morning light spills through the window, quiet city waking below, and for the first time in forever, I don't feel alone anymore.
Still remember those late night drives, windows down under city lights, talking like we had forever, like nothing could divide our lives.
You were the kind of soul that lifted every room you walked into. Even silence felt less heavy whenever I was next to you. Now your old voice notes play like echoes through the quiet of my phone. And some days it still feels impossible learning how to stand alone. People say time keeps moving forward, but memories don't disappear. Some hearts leave marks so permanent, you still feel them years later here. So until our roads cross again someday, I'll carry your name through every mile. Every laugh, every scar, every moment still lives somewhere inside. And even though the world keeps changing, even though life pulled us apart, you'll always be a piece of my story, a permanent beat inside my heart. There are nights I catch myself smiling at jokes nobody else would know. Tiny moments hidden in my memory, like old film scenes playing slow. We used to dream about the future, about the people we would become. Funny how life keeps rewriting plans before we even see what comes. Still, I'm grateful for the years we shared, for every reckless, beautiful night, because some connections don't fade away even when they leave your side. So until our roads cross again someday, I'll carry your name through every mile. Every laugh, every scar, every moment still lives somewhere inside. And even though the world keeps changing, even though life pulled us apart, you'll always be a piece of my story, a permanent beat inside my heart. Maybe goodbye isn't forever, maybe distance isn't the end. Maybe the people who change us deeply stay with us long after they've left. And when I look up at the night sky, searching through the endless blue, I like to think somewhere beyond it, there's still a part of me with you. So until our roads cross again someday, I'll keep living loud for both of us. Keep chasing dreams we once imagined, even when the road gets rough. And every sunrise, every new beginning will carry traces of your life, because the love we leave in others never truly says goodbye. No matter where this life may lead me, no matter how much time moves on, part of you will walk beside me in every place I go from now on. Morning breaks across the highway, soft gold spilling through the rain. And somewhere deep beyond the silence, I know we'll meet again. Small town streets and broken streetlights, dreams too big for these narrow roads. Everybody said be realistic, but we were born with restless souls. Late night sitting on the rooftop, talking like the world was ours, drawing futures in the skyline underneath the passing cars. We were tired of living quietly, tired of shrinking who we are. So we lit sparks inside the darkness and called it our rebellion heart. Maybe we were never made to fit inside their expectations. Maybe some souls were born to chase impossible directions. We were never meant to follow, never built to stay confined. We were running toward the unknown, leaving fear far behind. Every scar became a reason, every failure taught us how to keep standing through the chaos and keep believing somehow. People laughed at all our visions, said the world would break us down, but they never saw the fire burning underneath us now. There were nights we almost lost it, moments hope felt paper thin. Still we carried one another through the storms we lived within. Maybe we don't have the answers, maybe we still feel afraid, but at least we chose to live fully instead of fading away. We were never meant to follow, never built to stay confined. We were running toward the unknown, leaving fear far behind. Every scar became a reason, every failure taught us how to keep standing through the chaos and keep believing somehow. One day they'll say we were reckless, too stubborn to play it safe. But I'd rather lose while chasing freedom than spend my whole life afraid. Because the people who change the world rarely start out understood. They just keep moving through the resistance until the impossible turns good. We were never meant to follow, we were born to break the mold, born to fight for something bigger than comfort bought and sold. And even when the road gets darker, even when our strength runs low, we'll keep carrying this fire anywhere we go, because freedom lives inside us, not inside somebody's rules. And every heart that dares to dream loudly becomes impossible to lose. Morning rises over the skyline, golden light across the streets. And for the first time in forever, we finally feel free. You walked in wearing tired eyes again, like sleep had been avoiding you for days. Your hands kept shaking slightly at the table, but you smiled and tried to hide it anyway. I asked you how you'd really been feeling. You laughed it off and changed the subject fast, like pain becomes much easier to carry when nobody looks long enough to ask. Outside the rain kept falling without mercy, cars moved slowly underneath the gray. And somewhere in the middle of our silence, I realized you were slipping far away. Sometimes the loudest cries for help are hidden underneath the whisper. Sometimes a heart breaks quietly before anyone can hear it. Tell me what's beneath the surface, tell me what you're running from. You don't have to keep pretending, you don't have to face it alone. If the weight becomes too heavy, if the darkness pulls you down, I'll stay until the morning. I won't leave you here to drown. You said the world feels colder every year now, like everyone is learning not to care. And every crowded room just makes you lonelier, because nobody sees you standing there. I wish I Tell me what you're running from. You don't have to keep pretending. You don't have to face it alone. If the weight becomes too heavy, if the darkness pulls you down, I'll stay until the morning. I won't leave you here to drown. Maybe healing is an instant, maybe scars don't disappear. Maybe saving someone's life means reminding them you're here. Not with perfect words or answers, not by fixing every pain, but by standing in the storm beside them until they can breathe again. Tell me every fear you carry, every memory you hide, every sleepless night you've suffered, every tear you keep inside. And if all feels far behind you, like a light you cannot find, take my hand through all the darkness until you remember your life. Because even broken people still deserve a chance to heal. And even tired hearts can recover when somebody stays for real. Morning slowly touched the windows, rain light fading into gold. And for a moment in the silence, you didn't seem so alone. There's an old photograph above my desk, your smile frozen somewhere in the past. Some days I still stop and stare at it, like if I wait long enough, you'll come back. Life kept moving after you were gone, even when I begged the world to pause. I learned how to hide my breaking heart behind everyday applause. And there were nights I nearly gave up, felt too tired to keep holding on, but your voice still echoed in my memory every time the dark felt strong. You always said the storms would pass, even when the sky looked hopeless. Now I carry those words like fire through every lonely moment. If you could see me now, standing stronger than before, after all the nights I spent face down on the floor. If you could see me now, you know your love still lives in me. Every lesson, every sacrifice became the strength I needed to breathe. And though the world kept changing and time pulled us apart somehow, I still live every day hoping you'd be proud of me now. I still remember all the little moments, late night talks inside the car, the way you believed in my future before I knew who I was. People think that healing happens quickly, like grief fades neatly over time, but some losses settle in your bloodstream and never fully leave your mind. Still I learned how to keep going, how to carry pain without collapse. And every step I take forward now feels connected to the past. If you could see me now, standing stronger than before, after all the changing, and time pulled us apart somehow. I still live every day hoping you'd be proud of me now. Maybe the people that we lose never really disappear. Maybe they survive inside us, in every hope and every fear. And when life feels overwhelming, I still hear your steady voice telling me to keep on fighting, telling me I have a choice. If you could see me now, you would recognize my eyes, still carrying the same young dreamer, trying hard to survive. If you could see me now, you know I finally understand. Strength was never being fearless, it was learning how to stand. And even if I miss you daily, even if the ache remains, I will keep becoming someone who brings meaning to your name. Because your love became the reason I survived somehow. And every road I walk from here is for you to see me now. Morning sunlight fills the hallway, dust dancing softly in gold. And for a second I can almost hear you saying I did well. I spent years building walls around me, trying to hide every crack I could see, running in circles through endless noise, losing myself inside other voices. Every late night blurred into gray, every promise slowly slipped away. I kept carrying the weight alone, like silence was the only home I'd known. But somewhere underneath the damage, a little spark survived the panic, waiting quietly beneath the scars for a reason to restart. And now I feel the pressure breaking, like the ground beneath me shaking. Maybe losing everything before is how you finally learn what matters more. After the fire, I'm still breathing, still searching through the smoke for meaning. Every broken piece inside my soul is learning how to let go. And even when the dark feels endless, I still believe there's something past this. Maybe hope begins after the fire ends. The city lights look colder somehow, like they couldn't save me now. Friends faded slowly into strangers, while I kept fighting invisible dangers. I tried pretending I was alright, smiling through another sleepless night. But every mirror told the truth, I was losing touch with who I used to be. Then one moment changed the rhythm, like sunlight cutting through a system. I realized healing isn't fast, but it doesn't mean you'll never last. After the fire, I'm still breathing, still searching through the smoke for meaning. Every broken piece inside my soul is learning how to let go. is learning how to stand, even when you barely understand. And all the nights I thought were wasted, all the fears I never faced, then let me here to this moment now, where I finally see a way out. After the fire, I feel stronger, like the shadows don't control me longer. Every scar became a part of me, but not my whole identity. And even when the storm comes calling, I won't mistake survival for falling, 'cause every ending leaves room for something new to breathe. After the fire, I'm still here, still rising through the disappearing fear. And honestly, for the first time now, I believe in myself somehow. The smoke fades slowly into light, the morning finally fills the sky. No longer waiting for the end, I'm learning how to begin again.
I was working late at that little downtown diner, trying not to think too hard about forever. Rain was tapping softly on the window glass, while old songs played from a station stuck in the past. You walked in wearing faded denim sleeves, carrying the cold night air in with the breeze. You smiled like you already knew my name, and somehow nothing after that felt the same. We stayed talking long after closing time about old dreams and leaving towns behind. I said people always end up walking away. You laughed and said maybe not someday, and you looked at me like broken things still shine, like maybe all this time I was waiting for a light like yours to find mine. You brought me back to blue skies after years of gray nights. Turn my doubts into fireworks, lighting up the dark side. Now every street feels warmer, every small thing feels right. Ever since you held my hand and pulled me back to blue skies. We drove nowhere through the county roads, windows down while the summer air blew cold. You kept drumming rhythms on the steering wheel, saying the best things in life don't have to feel unreal. I started leaving clothes beside your bed, started hearing your voice inside my head. Not in the loud way heartbreak usually stays, but soft like sunlight spilling through the shades. And every time I almost got afraid, he kissed my forehead and the fear would fade, like you could see the storm before it came and still decide to love me anyway. You brought me back to blue skies after years of gray nights. Turn my doubts into fireworks, lighting up the dark side. Now every street feels warmer, every small thing feels right. Ever since you held my hand and pulled me back to blue skies. Maybe love isn't perfect timing, maybe it's just two hearts trying, learning how to stay when things get hard, instead of running when the world falls apart. And if one day the lights burn low, if we lose direction on the roads we know, promise me we'll still choose us, even when forever feels dangerous. You bring me back to blue skies, even on the hard nights when my world starts shaking. You steady all the fault lines, now I'm not scared of tomorrow, what we might not survive. 'Cause every time you look at me I feel young and alive. You turn my fears into open roads, turn this heart into a place called home. And in every moment by your side,
So if the years keep changing us slowly, and the world gets heavy sometimes, I'll still remember that rainy night when you walked in and changed my life. Snow fell softly on the empty road, pine trees bending where the cold wind blows. I drove for hours with the windows cracked, trying to leave old versions of myself behind. Streetlights faded into fields of white, like distant stars dissolving into night. And every thought I carried for so long started feeling smaller with the dawn. There's a silence only winter knows, the kind that reaches through your bones. Not lonely, not afraid somehow, just still enough to hear yourself now. And maybe we spend half our lives trying to outrun who we are, until the quiet finally reminds us how human fragile hearts really are. Beneath quiet skies, I learned how small I am, but somehow that felt beautiful, like finally understanding. Every mountain, every river keeps moving without asking why. And for a moment I belong to something larger than my mind. Old motel rooms and faded maps, coffee stains and photographs, pieces of a life I used to know, scattered gently through the snow. I thought healing would arrive like sudden light across the night, but maybe it's much softer than that, like breathing slower after collapse. And every stranger passing by carries storms behind their eyes, invisible worlds we never see, yet somehow connected quietly. Beneath quiet skies, I learned how small I am, but somehow that felt beautiful, like finally understanding. Every mountain, every river keeps moving without asking why. And for a moment I belong to something larger than my mind. Maybe peace isn't found in answers, maybe it lives inside acceptance, inside unfinished stories and imperfect existence. And all the grief I held too tightly started loosening with the wind, not disappearing completely, but no longer crushing everything. Beneath quiet skies, I watch the morning rise, golden light across the frozen dirt, like mercy after darker times. And every scar inside my spirit began to soften in the light, 'cause even broken souls still shine under endless open skies. No grand revelation came to me, just a quiet sense of harmony, like life itself was whispering, you're enough simply existing. The road stretched far beyond the trees, cold air moving gently through me. And somewhere in the fading blue, I finally felt alive again.
Back then nobody believed in me, cold nights chasing impossible dreams, old headphones in a crowded train, riding hope through the pressure and pain, teachers saying I should play it safe, friends slowly drifting away. But every setback lit another spark, deep inside my restless heart. still learning how to handle success, cause no amount of flashing lights can fully heal the lonely nights. But every kid with shaking hands needs somebody saying, take your chance, cause greatness doesn't come from ease, it grows through uncertainty. We were made for something higher, more than fear and surviving fires. Every dream we held inside still burns beyond the skyline. Even when the world says no, we keep running toward the glow, cause hope was never meant to die, it lives beyond the skyline. Maybe destiny isn't written, maybe we created what we're living. Through every risk and every fall, still finding reasons to stand tall. In all the storms we walked through only taught us how to break through. The ceilings hanging overhead that once lived only in our heads. Now we rise beyond the skyline with the stars reflected in our eyes. Every battle made us stronger, every dark night made us brighter. No fear holding back our voices, no chains controlling all our choices. We came too far to fade away, we were born to light the way. And every dream we almost buried still lies deep inside our spirits, burning louder through the night, far beyond the skyline. Morning breaks across the streets, but the fire still runs through me. And even when the night is gone, dream keeps carrying on. She came rolling down Sunset Boulevard with a beat-up jacket and a lucky card. Vinyl records in the backseat pile, wild eyes and a crooked smile. Everybody knew her downtown name, like summer heat wrapped up in flame. She danced barefoot on apartment roofs, like gravity itself was loose. Late night diners, cigarettes and rain, talking poetry on the midnight train. She moved fast but somehow stayed free, like the ocean running through the streets. And every time she disappeared, the whole city felt less alive, like neon signs losing power in the middle of the night. Oh, California, radio queen, you turn chaos into a dream, spinning wild through the city lights, like thunder rolling through the night. And every broken heart you meet starts dancing to your reckless beat. You got the whole world hypnotized with those stormy midnight eyes. Now she's hanging by the boulevard show, funk guitars and a stereo, crowds moving underneath the glow, while she keeps stealing every soul. Taxi drivers know her laugh, old bartenders know her past, but nobody ever held her long. She slips away before the dawn. She says life moves too fast, stay still, then climbs the hills above the thrill, looking down at the endless haze, like she owns every neon wave. Oh, California, radio queen, you turn chaos into a dream, spinning wild through the city lights, like thunder rolling through the night. And every broken heart you meet starts dancing to your reckless beat. You got the whole world hypnotized
radio, California radio queen, still dancing through the silver screens. Every rooftop, every avenue feels alive because of you. When the speakers start to shake, the whole night bends beneath your wave. Like summer storms across the coast, you're the ghost we love the most. No rules, no fear, no slowing down, just your heartbeat through the town. And every time the night begins, your legend rises once again. Ooh. Morning sunlight hits the sea, but traces of you still linger free, like an old song on the radio that nobody ever lets go. Summer dress flowing through the parking lot, cherry lips fading in the heat we caught. Old motel signs glowing red and blue, like they were written just for me and you. You smoke slowly on the balcony rail, talking dreams that always feel half-failed. Hollywood ghosts inside your eyes, like sunset melting through the night. She wine bottles on the kitchen floor, vinyl records spinning something soft and worn. And every little silence between us feels heavier than words ever could. Maybe we were born too nostalgic for a world moving way too fast, still trying to hold on to beauty that was never meant to last. So kiss me in the fading light, where the city glows all golden night, like we're living inside an old film scene, wrapped in cigarettes and Polaroids dreams. And even if it all disappears like smoke dissolving through the years, for one moment we were alive under California skies. Ay, ay. You drive slowly down the boulevard, one hand resting lazy on the car, radio humming off those songs like sadness you can still dance on. Your leather jacket smells like rain, and nights spent trying to numb the pain, but somehow underneath the dark you still carry a hopeful heart. I watch reflections on the glass, wondering how long this feeling lasts, 'cause beautiful things always seem to vanish somewhere in between. So kiss me in the fading light, where the city glows all golden night, like we're living inside an old film scene, wrapped in cigarettes and Polaroid streams. And even if it all disappears like smoke dissolving through the years, for one moment we were alive under California skies. Maybe love was never built to stay, maybe beauty fades that way, but I still choose these reckless nights over ordinary life. And every faded photograph still feels softer than the aftermath of waking up and realizing nothing golden survives unchanged. Still kiss me in the fading light, while the moon hangs low tonight, like the last scene before the credits roll, burning slowly through my soul. And when the neon signs go dark, I'll still remember who we are, two lonely hearts chasing paradise beneath those endless velvet skies. No forever, no guarantees, just this fragile kind of peace, living softly for a while inside these California nights. Morning breaks across the sea, but traces of you stay with me, like old perfume and distant songs that never really leave at all. Summer dress flowing through the parking lot. Cherry lips fading in the heat we caught. Old motel signs glowing red and blue, like they were written just for me and you. Smoke slowly on the balcony rail, talking dreams that always feel half fail. Hollywood ghosts inside your eyes, like sunset melting through the night. Cheap wine bottles on the kitchen floor, vinyl records spinning something soft and warm. And every little silence between us feels heavier than words ever could. Maybe we were born too nostalgic for a world moving way too fast, still trying to hold on to beauty that was never meant to last. So kiss me in the fading light, where the city glows all gold at night, like we're living inside an old film scene, wrapped in cigarettes and Polaroids dreams. And even if it all disappears, like smoke dissolving through the years, for one moment we were alive under California skies. You drive slowly down the boulevard, one hand resting lazy on the car, radio humming soft old songs, like sadness you can still dance on. Your leather jacket smells like rain, a night spent trying to numb the pain, but somehow underneath the dark you still carry a hopeful heart. I watch reflections on the glass, wondering how long this feeling lasts, 'cause beautiful things always seem to vanish somewhere in between. So kiss me in the fading light, where the city glows all gold at night, like we're living inside an old film scene, wrapped in cigarettes and Polaroids dreams. And even if it all disappears, like smoke dissolving through the years, for one moment we were alive under California skies. Maybe love was never built to stay, maybe beauty fades that way, but I'd still choose these reckless nights over ordinary life. And every faded photograph still feels softer than the aftermath of waking up and realizing nothing golden survives unchanged. Still kiss me in the fading light, while the moon hangs low tonight, like the last scene before the credits roll, burning slowly through my soul. And when the neon signs go dark, I'll still remember who we are, two lonely hearts chasing paradise beneath those endless velvet skies. No forever, no guarantees, just this fragile kind of peace, living softly for a while inside these California nights. Morning breaks across the sea, but traces of you stay with me, like old perfume and distant songs that never really leave at all.
Bang, 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 bang. Thunder rolling over city lights, hot summer air in the middle of the night. Crowds moving fast to the heavy bass line, like the whole world came alive tonight. You walked in with the rain in your skin, one look in the kiss pulled me in. No fear shining inside your eyes, like lightning breaking through the sky. Every heartbeat moving with the sound, hands up high while the lights spin round. We came here carrying broken days, now we're letting everything wash away. And I can feel the pressure fading, every shadow disappearing. Tonight we're stronger than the pain, dancing wild inside the rain. Let the rain fall over us, wash away the hurt and dust. We'll keep moving through the storm like we were born unstoppable. And every drop becomes a spark, lighting fires in the dark. No matter what the world might say, we'll keep dancing through the rain. Now the rooftops glowing neon blue, music echoing between me and you. Taxi
city headlights blur below, while the city pulses to the flow. You laugh loud while the skyline shakes like freedom running through your veins. No looking back at yesterday. Tonight we leave the fear away. Every stranger singing side by side like one heartbeat under flashing lights. And honestly, I never felt this free, like the storm itself belongs to me. Let the rain fall over us, wash away the hurt and dust. We'll keep moving through the storm like we were born unstoppable. And every drop becomes a spark, lighting fires in the dark. No matter what the world might say, we'll keep dancing through the rain. Maybe tomorrow brings hard times, maybe the clouds return again, but tonight we're alive together, and that feeling never ends. 'Cause every scar we carry here turns into strength when we disappear into the rhythm, into the lights, into this electric night. Now let the rain pour endlessly like a soundtrack underneath our feet. Every heartbeat, every scream feels bigger than reality. And even when the thunder roars, we'll keep asking life for more. No fear, no chains, no slowing down. We're turning storms into sound. Hands raised high into the sky like fireworks, learning how to fly. And honestly, I never wanna leave this beautiful insanity. Morning slowly breaks the haze, rain still falling through the gray, but somewhere underneath it all, the music still echoes on.
Friday lights are falling on the boulevard, golden reflections dancing on the cars. You walked in laughing like a summer song, and suddenly the whole room moved along. Your energy was running through the air, like every little moment pulled me there. No hesitation, no second guessing. Now you turn my quiet upside down somehow. We were spinning through the city glow, feet off the ground without even knowing. Every conversation felt alive, like the night itself had just arrived. And every little spark keeps pulling me closer, like the world got brighter over your shoulder. No heavy words, just rhythm in the air, but somehow everything feels different here. You got my heartbeat rising to the ceiling, turning every ordinary into feeling, like neon stars exploding in my mind. Every second with you feels amplified. No shadows hanging over what we started, no broken pieces hiding in the dark yet. Just your hands pulling mine into the light, like electric hearts tonight. Sunday mornings never felt this warm. Coffee cups and tangled bed sheets worn. Window open, music drifting low. We don't even need somewhere to go. You make the silence feel like poetry, like breathing finally comes naturally. No pretending, no performance needed here. Just easy laughter floating through the air. We were running through the downtown haze, making memories in little ways. Photographs inside my spinning head. Every word you said keeps echoing instead. You got my heartbeat rising to the ceiling, turning every ordinary into feeling, like neon stars exploding in my mind. Every second with you feels amplified. No shadows hanging over what we started, no broken pieces hiding in the dark yet. Just your hands pulling mine into the light, like electric hearts tonight. Maybe love ain't fireworks
hurts every minute. Maybe it's the calm when you're inside it. Maybe it's the way you look at me like I'm already everything you need. And when the whole world moves too fast around us, you slow the noise until there's only trust. No fear of falling when you hold me close. You feel like home I never knew before. You got my heartbeat higher than the skyline, turning every dark road into gold lights. Like midnight waves crashing into sparks. You wake up every hidden part of my heart. No doubt, living underneath the surface. No empty words pretending they are perfect. Just real love wrapped inside the night. Like electric hearts tonight. You keep my whole world dancing through the motion. Like city lights reflecting on the ocean. And every moment keeps pulling me higher. You're the rhythm carrying the fire. So let the records play until the sunrise. Leave the windows open to the night sky. If this is dreaming, I don't wanna wake. Stay with me till morning breaks. I grew up chasing distant cities, thinking purpose meant becoming somebody. Bright lights calling from magazine pages, like happiness belonged to bigger stages. But years passed under office ceilings, trading wonder for practical feelings. And somewhere underneath the noise, I forgot the sound of my own voice. Then one cold morning by the river bend, watching leaves drift slow again, I felt a quiet I had never known, like the earth itself was leading me home. And maybe life was never meant to be measured by applause. Maybe meaning lives in smaller things we're too distracted to pause for. So take me where the field's still open, beyond the highways and the smoke, where my heart can breathe again without pretending to be whole. And if I never leave a legacy beyond the kindness that I gave, maybe that alone is enough for a life well lived someday. I met an old man fixing fences, hands worn down by decades passing. He smiled and said the world moves fast, but good things still go slow if you let them last. His words stayed with me through the winter, like fire glowing soft and tender. Not loud enough to change the world, but strong enough to change a soul. Now I watch the sunrise through pine trees, morning light falling quietly, and every bird above the hills feels freer than ambition ever did. So take me where the field's still open, beyond the highways and the smoke, where my heart can breathe again without pretending to be home. And if I never leave a legacy was never about winning, but learning how to stay alive. No golden crown, no grand applause could ever match these simple moments, standing still beneath the trees, finally at peace with being me. Evening settles through the hills, cold air moving soft and still, and somewhere in the fading light I finally feel alright.
Back when the nights feel endless and every dream seemed reckless, I was writing lyrics on the bedroom floor, trying to open some impassable door. Everybody said I lose my way, that whole phase when you grow with age, but something deep inside my chest wouldn't let me settle for less. There were days I nearly gave up, empty pockets out of luck, still staring at the city lights, believing somehow I survive. And every scar became a reason to keep holding through the seasons, 'cause even broken hearts can glow brighter than they'll ever know. So raise your flames into the sky for every dream that stayed alive. Every lonely night we cry, still let us hear somehow tonight. And even when the world gets cold, don't let your fire lose control, 'cause hope still burns inside us all, like flames against the dark. Yeah. Now the crowd sing every word. Funny how life can suddenly turn, but success never healed the fear, it just made the silence clearer. I still remember every doubt, every storm I fought without, every friend who walked away when the skies all turned to gray. But pain taught me how to stand, how to rebuild with shaking hands. And honestly, I'm proud I stayed even through the darkest days. So raise your flames into the sky for every dream that stayed alive. Every lonely night we cried, still let us hear somehow tonight. And even when the world gets cold, don't let your fire lose control, 'cause hope still burns inside us all, like flames against the dark. Maybe we were never broken, maybe we were still becoming. Through every fall and every scar, we learn how strong our hearts are. And all the nights we thought were wasted now feel sacred in the distance, 'cause they built the soul we carry now, through every high and low somehow. So raise your flames into the sky, and let them shine through every night. For every battle we survive, for every reason we're still alive. No fear, no silence anymore, no locked hearts behind closed doors. We came too far to fade away, we were born to light the way. And even when the stars grow dim, the fire still lives within. So hold your dreams up high tonight, like flames against the sky. Morning slowly breaks the dark, but the fire stays inside our hearts. And even when the night is gone, the light keeps carrying on.
We started like a wildfire in the dark, fast hearts, fast words, reckless from the start. Late night calls turning into fights, then making up underneath kitchen lights. You knew every weakness I tried to hide, walls and silence hanging heavier than rain. But somehow we circle back again. Maybe we were addicted to the chaos. Maybe pain felt safer than letting go. Every goodbye sounded temporary. Everyone pulled us back close. We leave ashes in the hallway, broken promises in every doorway, running in circles through the smoke, trying to fix what's already broke. And every time we say it's over, we crash back into each other, like we don't know how to survive alone. So we keep turning fire into home. There were nights your tears fell on my shirt, and nights my pride only made it worse. Two damaged hearts with sharpened tongues, still acting young when the damage was done. Friends kept saying we should walk away, but distance never made the feelings fade. Cause underneath the anger and the noise, there was still something impossible to destroy. I remember dancing in the pouring rain, holding you close after all the pain. Like for 1 second we became alright, before the storm returned by morning light. We leave ashes in the hallway, broken promises in every doorway, running in circles through the smoke, trying to fix what's already broke. And every time we say it's over, we crash back into each other, like we don't know how to survive alone. So we keep turning fire into home. Maybe love shouldn't feel this heavy, maybe scars shouldn't feel this permanent. But every time I try to leave, your memory pulls me back again. And honestly, I hate the damage, but I still reach for your hand in panic. Like losing you would hurt much worse than living through this beautiful curse. Now there's ashes in the hallway, ghosts of everything we couldn't save. Still chasing shadows through the night. Still trying to make the darkness right. And every shattered piece between us still somehow keeps needing us, like two storms crashing through the unknown. Too afraid to finally let go. Maybe one day we'll stop pretending that broken hearts can heal from bending. But tonight we're still holding on, even while everything burns on. The smoke clears slowly with the dawn, but traces of us still linger on. And even after all the pain, your name still echoes through my veins. Champagne glasses on a marble floor, big city view from the 44th. Everybody telling me I made it now, but success feels quieter somehow. Late night staring at expensive art, trying to silence what's inside my heart. Cause every headline, every flashing light still can't help me sleep at night. I got friends turning into strangers, love turning into dangerous behavior. Too many people around me smiling fake, too many promises easy to break. And honestly I know I'm complicated, maybe that's why I keep pushing people away. Every time somebody gets too close I disappear before they can stay. So don't wait for me, I'm still running from myself, carrying shadows through hotel halls, trying to outrun everything I felt. And every time I almost heal, I tear apart something real, like I'm scared of finding peace inside these ghosts surrounding me. black car, driving through the pouring rain. Different city, but the hurt's the same. Crowds screaming loud outside the stage, still feeling trapped inside a golden cage. I remember nights before the fame, cheap apartments and forgotten names. Back when dreams felt innocent, before success got permanent. Now every conversation feels rehearsed. Everybody wants the best, not the worst, but nobody really sees the cracks underneath these platinum plaques. So don't wait for me, I'm still running from myself, carrying shadows through hotel halls, trying to outrun everything I felt. And every time I almost heal, I tear apart something real, like I'm scared of finding peace inside these ghosts surrounding me. Maybe I became my own disaster. Maybe money only made it louder. Maybe all the things I chased could never fill this empty space. And honestly, I hate admitting how lonely the top can really feel, when everybody loves your image but forgets you're still human underneath it. So don't wait for me tonight, I'm still fighting through the flashing lights, trying to separate who I became from all the pressure and the fame. And every scar inside my soul still whispers I should let things go, but I keep building higher walls inside these empty marble halls. Maybe someday I'll slow down, maybe peace will finally come around, but until then I keep moving on with these ghosts inside my songs. City lights fading through the dawn, another sleepless night gone wrong, still searching for a quieter place, far away from this endless chase.
Small town streets in a secondhand dream. Everybody saying be realistic, but I kept hearing rhythms in my head, like there was something bigger waiting ahead. Late night staring at the bedroom wall, wondering if I'd ever leave it all. Bills piling high on the kitchen table, still chasing hope like it's unbreakable. Friends move fast in a different life, some stay safe, some stop trying, but every setback only pushed me more toward the life I was searching for. Cause every scar became a lesson, every fall became direction, and even when the road got rough, I still believed I'd be enough. So keep the lights on, even when the night feels long. Every dream still belongs to the ones who keep moving on. And when the pressure gets stronger, you learn how to fight harder, no matter how hard life goes. The show goes on, the show goes on. Now the city moves beneath my feet, different faces, louder beats. Still got doubts inside my chest, but I've learned fear ain't permanent. Every crowd got a different story, every loss shaped a little glory. People trying just to survive, still searching for a reason to shine. I've seen broken hearts rebuild again, seen strangers become best friends. Somehow through the noise and pain, hope keeps dancing through the rain. So keep the lights on, even when the night feels long. Every dream still belongs to the ones who keep moving on. And when the pressure gets stronger, you learn how to fight harder, no matter how hard life goes. The show goes on. Maybe success ain't perfect moments, maybe it's still trying after all the heartbreak. And honestly, we're all just human, trying to find where we belong. But there's beauty in surviving and turning pain into a song. So keep the lights on, let your heart keep holding on. Every battle made you strong, even when you felt so lost. And every dark road that you walked through only brought you closer to the person you were meant to be. Standing here finally free, no fear holding back your soul, no past controlling where you go. And no matter what tomorrow shows, the show goes on. Sunrise breaking through the haze, another chance, another page. And even after all we've known, we still keep moving on. We still keep moving on. I spent too long staring at the ceiling, trying to outrun every broken feeling. Days blur together into empty rooms, silent battles underneath the moon. Every mistake kept echoing loud, like a storm I couldn't shut out. Friends moved on while I stayed behind, trying to heal a restless mind. But somewhere underneath the wreckage, a quiet voice kept asking questions. What if this isn't where it ends? What if you can stand again? And I know the road feels heavy when your hope runs thin, but maybe healing starts the second you begin again. I'm learning how to rise, even with the weight inside. Step by step through the fire, breathing through the darkest nights. And maybe I don't have all the answers, maybe I still carry scars, but I won't stay frozen anymore. I'm learning who I am again. The city looked different after rain, like even broken things could change. I started walking farther every day, trying to leave the fear away. Old songs playing through my headphones reminded me I wasn't alone, 'cause everybody fights unseen wars behind closed hearts and locked doors. And every time I almost gave in, something stronger pulled me back again. Not perfection, not some grand design, just the will to keep trying. I'm learning how to rise, even with the weight inside. Step by step through the fire, breathing through the darkest nights. And maybe I don't have all the answers, maybe I still carry scars, but I won't stay frozen anymore. I'm learning who I am again. Maybe strength isn't ever falling, maybe it's here and life still calling. After every shattered dream, after every silent scream, and all the pain I tried to hide couldn't erase the fight inside. 'Cause even when the world feels cold, there's still a spark worth holding on to. Now I'm learning how to rise with the sunlight in my eyes. Every scar became a lesson, every wound a reason why. I survived the endless pressure, the sleepless nights and heavy weather. And honestly, I finally see the person I was meant to be. No more waiting for tomorrow, no more drowning in the sorrow. I'll keep moving through the storm,
before. The road ahead still feels unknown, but for the first time I feel hope. And even if I fall sometimes, I know I'll rise again alive.
Wake up, sunlight pouring through the blinds. City moving fast, but I don't mind. Coffee in my hand, music turned loud. Stepping into life like I own this town. Bills stack high and the days get rough, but tonight we're shaking all that stuff off. Cause every little dream inside my chest feels alive when I'm giving my best. Friends pulling up in the parking lot, windows down while the speakers knock. Laughing like we never felt pain before, like this moment's what we were made for. And I got that energy rising, like the whole world open wide. No fear holding me back tonight, I'm finally feeling alive. We're living for the lights, hands up to the midnight sky. Running wild through the atmosphere, like nothing can stop us here. And every heartbeat feels brand new, like the stars are breaking through. No stress, no looking back, we're riding this, feeling fast. Now we're dancing underneath neon signs, sweaty summer air and flashing lights. Everybody singing out of key, but somehow it sounds like freedom to me. I remember nights I felt stuck, like nothing ever changed enough. But now I'm standing in the middle of it all, and honestly I never felt this tall. Cause life moves quick like a spinning wheel, you gotta hold on to what feels real. And tonight the music in my veins makes me believe again. We're living for the lights, hands up to the midnight sky. Running wild through the atmosphere, like nothing can stop us here. And every heartbeat feels brand new, like the stars are breaking through. No stress, no looking back, we're riding this, feeling fast. Maybe tomorrow brings hard days, maybe storms come back our way. But right now we're glowing bright, turning dark into light. And if this feeling only lasts tonight, I still wanna lose myself inside every second, every sound. Cause this is what freedom feels like now. We're living for the lights, like fireworks across the night. Every dream inside our hearts finally coming back to life. And every voice around me sings like we can do anything. No chains, no slowing down, we're unstoppable right now. Running faster when the streets with the whole world at our feet. And honestly I never wanna come down from this beautiful sound. The sunrise slowly fills the sky, but the energy still feels alive. And even when the night is gone, this feeling keeps carrying on. Woke up late with a pounding head, old blue jeans and a half-made bed. Coffee cold on the kitchen sink, too many nights spent overthinking things. Everybody says I should settle down, get a steady job in a quieter town. But I get restless when the sun goes low,
like there's somewhere else I gotta go. My old guitar's missing 2 strings and now it still sounds good when I play too loud. Neighbors banging on the apartment wall, but honestly I don't care at all. Cause every time I try to slow down, something pulls me back underground, like the city keeps calling my name again and again. I'm on another midnight running around, driving fast while the world slows down. Radio screaming through the speakers blown, still feeling young though I'm getting old. And maybe I'm a little reckless, maybe I never learned my lesson, but I'd rather burn bright for a while than spend my whole life standing still. Met a girl outside a downtown show, black boots tapping to the rock and roll. She laughed hard when I missed the train, said chaos keeps life entertaining anyway. We stayed out till the bars all closed, talking dreams nobody else knows. Street lights flickering across her face like trouble wrapped up in leather and gray. She said you move like you're running away. I said maybe I just hate staying the same. She smiled like she understood the truth more than most people usually do. I'm on another midnight run around, driving fast while the world slows down. Radio screaming through the speakers blown, still feeling young though I'm getting old. And maybe I'm a little reckless, maybe I never learned my lesson, but I'd rather burn bright for a while than spend my whole life standing still. Maybe I was built for motion, late night highways and loud emotions. Maybe peace was never meant for me, maybe freedom lives in uncertainty. And every scar I carry now came from trying to figure life out. But honestly I'd do it all again, just to feel this alive again. So here's another midnight run around, neon lights spinning through this town. Windows down with the cold night air, like I got nothing left to fear. And even if the road gets rough, I still believe that's part of us. The messy nights, the wild mistakes, the songs we write and never play. Cause I'd rather chase the unknown sky than watch my whole life passing by, still running free beneath these lights on another midnight ride. Sunrise creeping through the haze, another sleepless, reckless day. But somehow I still feel alright, living out through the night. Flicker across the room, midnight perfume and silver moon. Your silhouette moves through the haze, like a secret I could never explain. Baseline shaking under my skin, one touch and the rush kicks in. No words needed between us now, the tension says enough. Somehow, glasses clinking in the crowded dark, but all I notice is your spark. Everybody fading into gray while your energy pulls me away. And every second gets a little dangerous, the way your eyes keep pulling me closer, like electricity inside the silence, burning slowly underneath us. We glow like neon in the shadows, lost inside the afterglow. Heartbeat moving with the rhythm, like we're dancing with no control. And I can feel your energy running wild through every part of me. No escape when you pull me close, we become fire in the smoke. Taxi headlights blur against the rain, music echoing through my veins. Your lipstick stain across my glass, like a memory I wanna make last. You laugh softly while the city spins, like chaos wrapped in velvet skin. No promises about tomorrow night, just living fast beneath the lights. And when your fingers trace my hand, the whole world slips out of command, like gravity disappears somehow. Every time you're near me now, we glow like neon in the shadows, lost inside the afterglow. Heartbeat moving with the rhythm, like we're dancing with no control. And I can feel your energy running wild through every part of me. No escape when you pull me close. We become fire in the smoke. Maybe this feeling disappears by daylight. Maybe we fade with the sunrise. But tonight feels bigger than reality, like a dream wrapped in electricity. And honestly, I don't wanna think about what happens after this, 'cause your touch keeps blurring every line between danger and paradise. We glow like neon in the shadows, like broken stars nobody knows, moving reckless through the midnight, with our hearts fully exposed. And every breath feels cinematic, sweet, intense, a little tragic. But honestly, I love the rush of turning darkness into us. No fear, no silence, no disguise, just your reflection in my eyes, while the whole world fades away. We stay glowing through the haze. The lights go dim, the music slows, but your energy still lingers close, like neon traces in the dark, burning quietly through my heart. We were stuck in traffic on the west side road, windows down while the summer wind blew cold. The shoes on the dashboard, laughing at my jokes, street lights flickering like little sparks of hope. We had no big plans, nowhere we had to be, just cheap gas station coffee and a melody. The radio was playing songs we used to know, and somehow all the pressure started letting go. Everybody says these moments disappear, but right then the future didn't matter here. 'Cause for the first time in a long, long while, I saw the whole world through a different style. And I don't wanna waste another second thinking too much about tomorrow, 'cause tonight feels bigger than our worries, like we finally let go of all the sorrow. So give me one more midnight, one more rooftop city light, one more chance to lose our minds and leave the heavy days behind. We don't gotta have it figured out, we don't gotta know right now. All I know is you and I feel alive tonight. Now we're running through the crowded avenue, singing loud like nobody's watching you. Polaroid moments living in a blur, every little memory feels bigger with her. You grabbed my hand when the crosswalk changed, like somehow everything was rearranged. And all the doubts I carried for years started fading somewhere in the rearview mirrors. Maybe growing up ain't what they said, maybe we're just learning while we're scared instead. But your smile makes the chaos feel alright, like we can survive anything tonight. One more midnight, one more rooftop city light, one more chance to lose our minds and leave the heavy days behind. We don't gotta have it figured out, we don't gotta know right now. All I know is you and I feel alive tonight. Maybe someday we'll look back laughing at how lost we were in these moments passing. Maybe these streets will all change And even if the world keeps spinning fast, I hope this feeling somehow lasts. 'Cause right here under neon skies, everything finally feels right. So give me one more midnight, one more wild and reckless ride, one more memory burned in gold. Before we all grow old, we'll keep dancing through the headlights, running fearless through the skyline. No regrets and no goodbyes, just living for tonight. And if tomorrow comes too quickly, promise you'll still remember with me how the whole world opened wide the night we felt alive. The music fades, but we still stay, watching darkness turn to day. And honestly, I wouldn't trade a single second away.
I spent years inside the hollow, chasing echoes I could never follow. Dust-covered dreams upon the floor, locked behind a rusted door. Every morning felt the same, heavy skies and quiet shame, like I forgot the sound of hope somewhere far beyond the smoke. But the wind still called my name through the silence and the rain, like the earth itself was saying, you were made for more than waiting. And every scar I tried to bury started teaching me instead that surviving through the darkness doesn't mean your soul is dead. So I'll run out of the hollow, through the fields beneath the gold, leaving fear behind my footsteps like a story finally told. And even when the road feels broken, I'll keep carrying this fire, 'cause the light I thought I'd lost still burns inside my tired heart. The river carved through ancient stone, like patience turning pain to growth. I watch the current moving strong and realize that stayed still too long. Oh, regret still visits sometimes, like ghosts wandering through my mind, but they don't hold the weight they did now that I've learned how to forgive. And every mountain in the distance feels a little less impossible when you finally stop believing you were born to stay invisible. So I'll run out of the hollow, through the fields beneath the gold, leaving fear behind my footsteps like a story finally told. And even when the road feels broken, I'll keep carrying this fire, 'cause the light I thought I'd lost still burns inside my tired heart. Maybe healing isn't graceful, maybe growth comes rough and slow, maybe faith means walking forward even when you don't yet know. And all the nights I nearly gave up now feel farther from my bones, 'cause every storm I lived through built the strength I didn't know. Now I'm running from the hollow toward the dawn beyond the hills, with the sunlight on my shoulders and the freedom to rebuild. Every wound became a lesson, every fall became a start, and the world feels wide again after living in the dark. No more hiding from tomorrow, no more chains around my soul. I was never meant to stay inside the hollow all alone. The morning rises through the trees, first time in a while, the road ahead feels alive. 2, 3, 4. Late night, glowing from the dashboard lights. Your voice echoes softly through my mind. Every little word still feels alive, like a melody I can't leave behind. There's a rhythm in the way you move, slow electric energy pulling through. Even silence sounds beautiful somehow, whenever I'm wrapped up in you now. Neon reflections on the avenue, everything feels cinematic with you. Like the world fades into soft shades every time your name starts crossing my brain. And I don't know how you do it, but every moment feels timeless, like a song I never get tired of, running circles through my heartbeat. You keep playing on repeat inside my mind like a perfect dream. Every little touch, every memory feels like a soundtrack made for me. And when the night gets lonely, your energy still pulls me close like a beautiful frequency. I never wanna lose control. You keep playing on repeat, over and over inside of me. City lights shimmer across your skin, like the stars finally let us in. We stayed talking till the morning came, but honestly I do it all again. There's something wild underneath your smile, something dangerous but worth the while, like falling fast without any fear, cause somehow you always pull me near. Now every radio and every street carries little pieces of you to me. Even crowded rooms feel quiet now whenever your memory comes around. You keep playing on repeat inside my mind like a perfect dream. Every little touch, every memory feels like a soundtrack made for me. And when the night gets lonely, your energy still pulls me close like a beautiful frequency. I never wanna lose control. You keep playing on repeat, over and over inside of me. Maybe some hearts fade with time, maybe some sparks slowly disappear, but you stay glowing through my system like a chorus I still need to hear. And every second keeps pulling me back, like waves returning to the shore. No matter how many songs I hear, I still want yours a little more. You keep playing on repeat, like flashing lights in summer heat. Every moment feels infinity, spinning endlessly around me. And when the whole world falls asleep, you're still dancing through my dreams, like a beautiful melody that keeps rescuing me quietly. No static, no fading away, your voice still colors every day. And honestly, I don't mind living with you on my mind. You keep playing on repeat, like my favorite memory. So let the speakers carry on till the final echo's gone, cause even in the quietest nights you still sound like paradise. Met you at a red light crossing downtown. You laughed when my old car almost stalled out. Hair blowing wild through the summer breeze, like the whole world moved a little easier with me. We grabbed cheap coffee near the avenue, spent 2 hours talking like old souls do. You told me every city feels the same till someone unexpected changes everything. Now every station on the radio sounds brighter than it did a month ago, and every mile feels lighter somehow ever since you came around. Cause you got this way of turning ordinary into gold, and suddenly the roads I used to hate feel like
somewhere I wanna go. So let's drive through the side roads, windows down, hearts exposed, singing loud while the skyline glows, like we got nowhere else to go. And maybe we don't know the future, maybe we just need this moment. But honestly, your smile alone feels enough to keep me going. Now we're parked beside the ocean view, sharing stories nobody else knew. Streetlights dancing softly on your face, like time itself slowed down in this place. You said you're scared of getting stuck, of giving somebody too much trust. I said I'm terrified the same way too, but somehow it feels easier with you. And when the rain starts tapping on the roof, you pull me closer like it's natural too. No perfect words, no grand design, just two hearts trying to get the timing right. So let's drive through the side roads, windows down, hearts exposed, singing loud while the skyline glows, like we got nowhere else to go. And maybe we don't know the future, maybe we just need this moment. But honestly, your smile alone feels enough to keep me going. Maybe someday these streets will change, maybe we'll move somewhere far away, but I hope we still remember this, these careless nights and cheap sunsets. 'Cause every mile beside you feels alive, like the best parts of me survived, and every wrong turn somehow led right into your hands instead. So let's drive through the side roads, past the city and the overload, leave the noise behind tonight, and chase the fading headlights. We don't gotta solve forever, we just gotta stay together. 'Cause every little moment with you feels honest and brand new. And if tomorrow comes too fast, I'll still hold on to what we had. These side roads and summer skies and the way you changed my life. The engine hums beneath the stars while your hand slowly finds my arm. And honestly, I hope this ride never really ends tonight.
Used to make beats, in a tiny bedroom, keep mic set up in a crack computer. Neighbors yelling every night at the wall, still believing one day I'd have it all. They bus ride through the freezing rain, writing big dreams on a notebook page. Everybody saying get realistic, but I was too young and optimistic. Now the city lights hit different, 'cause I remember nights with nothing, no money, just ambition and song, trying to prove everybody wrong. And honestly, I still get nervous every time I'm chasing purpose, but fear never built a future, so I keep pushing harder. We got skyline dreams, late nights chasing bigger things, hands high underneath the glow, like we already know. One day we'll laugh at all the pressure reaching for gold. Cold wind dancing through the avenue, street lights shining silver over you, red scarf wrapped around your smile tonight, like December finally got it right. Coffee steam rising through the air, people rushing everywhere, but all I really wanna do is slow this whole world down with you. Little snowflakes falling on your hair, you laugh and act like you don't care, but honestly that tiny moment there felt brighter than the city everywhere. And I don't need fancy things this season, no crowded parties or golden lights, 'cause every time you hold me close, it already feels like paradise. So stay with me through the snowfall, underneath the glowing street signs, while the whole world rushes by. You make winter feel alive. Every little touch feels warmer, every frozen night feels right. Baby, all I really need is you here by my side tonight. Now we're walking past the little shops, hearing old songs from the parking lots, your hand fitting perfectly in mine, like somehow we got the timing right. We talk about the year gone by, the messy days, the sleepless nights, but somehow standing here with you makes everything feel brand new. And when the cold gets hard to fight, you pull me closer in the night, like all the chaos disappears the second you are standing near. So stay with me through the snowfall, underneath the glowing street signs, while the whole world rushes by. You make winter feel alive. Every little touch feels warmer, every frozen night feels right. Baby, all I really need is you here by my side tonight. Maybe seasons always change, maybe people drift away, but right now I don't wanna think that far. I just wanna stay where we are, 'cause your smile lights up the dark like fire glowing through my heart. And honestly, this quiet night feels better than 1,000 lives. So stay with me through the snowfall, till the morning sunlight arrives. We'll keep dancing through December, like this feeling never dies. And even is running barefoot downtown. She could see dreams in her rundown sound. Laughing loud through the parking lots like the world belonged to us. Old arcade lights and midnight fries, talking big beneath suburban skies. Everybody trying to escape before the years erased our names. You had silver paint across your shoes, wild ideas and nothing to lose. Saying one day we'll disappear into cities far from here. But somewhere between the noise and neon, the innocence started fading, like summer slipping through our fingers while we kept pretending. Now there's static in the summer, echoes underneath the thunder, running circles through my brain, trying to feel young again. And all the nights we thought would save us turn into smoke above us, still chasing sparks inside the dark light. Runaway electric hearts. Now the rooftops feel a little colder, and our conversations sound older. Everybody's wearing tired eyes, trying hard to survive. You moved west, chasing city lights. I stayed stuck in familiar nights, still hearing your voice in the stereo whenever old songs start to glow. And honestly, I miss the chaos, the reckless hope that used to drive us, before we learned how fragile dreams can be underneath reality. Now there's static in the summer, echoes underneath the thunder, running circles through my brain, trying to feel young again. And all the nights we thought would save us turned into smoke above us, still chasing sparks inside the dark night. Runaway electric hearts. Maybe growing up means learning nothing stays untouched forever, but some memories keep glowing even after changing weather. And every faded photograph still pulls me gently to the past, like a song you can't outgrow no matter how far you go. Still there's static in the summer, old dreams burning undercover. Every street light feels the same, like ghosts whispering my name. All the nights we nearly wasted still somehow feel sacred, 'cause even broken moments shine when you look back through time. Now the city hums below me, and the future still feels lonely. But somewhere underneath it all, those electric hearts still call. Morning rises through the haze, another restless modern day. But traces of who we were still flicker softly in the blur.